Από τα εργαστήρια των φαρμακείων δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως πρωτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση, ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. «1971» και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή, την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. All always innovating. We bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patience. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Watson X assistants. AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can use AI assistants to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
Υπάρχουν πολλές δυνάμεις που κινούν τον κόσμο. Γι' αυτό και στην Ideal Holdings έχουμε δημιουργήσει με κριτήρια βιωσιμότητας ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο με διαφορετικές επιχειρήσεις, που όλες όμως έχουν ένα κοινό. Δύναμη. Με τα πολυκαταστήματα Άτικα. Τον απόλυτο shopping προορισμό με την Byte, μία από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες πληροφορικής στην Ελλάδα. Με την Αστήρ Βιτόγιαννης, πολυεθνική δύναμη στην κατασκευή μεταλλικών κομμάτων, και την Άντακομ, με δυναμική παρουσία στον χώρο της κυβερνοασφάλειας και των ψηφιακών υπογραφών. Ideal Holdings, ελληνική εταιρεία συμμετοχών.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. We're going to get our day underway in a few moments. So may I ask you all please to take your seats. And we're going to begin the day with a very important energy session. We're expecting Minister Skylakakis, who's stuck in traffic on the way here, but will be here shortly. So my suggestion is that we get the session underway. We're going to hear a video message from the former US Ambassador to Greece, Jeffrey Pyatt, now US Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources at the Bureau of Energy Resources in the US Department of State. We'll show that video message in a moment, but maybe I can ask all my other panelists to join me on the stage. We'll keep a seat here for the minister when he arrives, but I will call you up, and if you can all take a seat. I think we have 8 seats here. That's enough for everybody. So let me first welcome Viktor Parlikov, Minister of Energy of Moldova. Welcome, Minister. Osama Mabaras, Secretary General of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. Welcome, an old friend, the conference. And we have a very prestigious panel of business leaders. Matthew Brycer, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs and the former US Ambassador to Azerbaijan, now a member of the Board of Directors of Overgas. Welcome. Fabrizio Matana, CEO of IGI Poseidon. Welcome. Maria Rita Galli, CEO of DESFA. Welcome, Maria. Aristotelis Hantavas, CEO of Principia, President of Solar Power Europe. Welcome. And last but not least, Antonis Metaxas, Managing Partner of Metaxas and Associates Law Firm. So we'll proceed with the video, with the message from Jeffrey Pyatt. In the meantime, the minister should arrive and we'll get the speeches underway. So yes, please show the video. Thank you.
Kalimera, it's a real honor to join everybody today, and my only regret is I'm not there in person out in Lagonisi. I'm especially pleased to be part of this particular panel alongside Minister Skylakakis, Minister Parlikov, and EMGF Secretary General Mobadas, good friends all. The changing energy landscape of Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean is a subject at the heart of my agenda here in ENR, reflecting a lot of the work that I was able to do as ambassador in Athens. More importantly, it takes up a growing amount of time for our whole team here at the State Department's Energy Bureau. With Greece at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and North Africa, the region's importance has become even more self-evident in all facets of my Bureau's work on the energy trilemma: energy security, energy sustainability, and energy affordability. Greece's expanding LNG and regasification capacity, for instance, remains critical to promoting and enhancing European energy security. New projects like the Vertical Corridor will help to diversify not only gas supplies, but also natural gas routes while promoting the connectivity and cooperation which underpin any truly resilient energy markets. Greece's rapidly expanding domestic renewables deployment, a model lauded frequently by European officials in Brussels, will provide affordable, secure energy for the Greek public. But it also supports Greece's ambition to become a significant clean energy exporter to the Western Balkans and Central Europe, bringing jobs to Greece and cleaner and cheaper energy to the whole region. Greece's tremendous potential in offshore wind, something Minister Skylakakis and I discussed in New York a few months ago, both as a producer through the Aegean's bountiful and consistent winds, as well as a manufacturer with projects like the Elefsina offshore wind hub, is an exciting area of additional transatlantic cooperation. The United States, Europe, and our allies and partners are committed to working together to build safe, secure supply chains for the clean energy inputs and critical minerals needed for our energy transition. Beyond its domestic plans, Greece is positioning itself as the critical node for regional clean energy connectivity through projects like the Green Aegean Interconnector, the Great Sea Interconnector, a top item in my recent meeting with Cypriot Foreign Minister Kombos here in Washington, GREGI, GAP, and other power interconnection projects. Greece, of course, is also a leading member of the 3+1 group, alongside Israel and the Republic of Cyprus. The United States, as the +1 in this group, strongly supports the collaboration among these neighbors. Each of the panelists this morning, and many of you in the audience, know well that collaboration on energy has helped to redefine relationships in the region over the past decade and has become a leading element of the US-Greece alliance. During my time in Athens, I worked hard for greater ties on energy across this region and continue to do so today from ENR. If we continue to tirelessly pursue physical connectivity and projects that support and facilitate this energy collaboration, as I know Ambassador Sounis and his team are doing every day, I have no doubt that the energy abundance of Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean will help to solve the energy trilemma for all of Europe and the wider region, and will foster a secure, affordable, and sustainable energy system for the whole region and beyond. I wish you a great discussion and look forward to seeing everybody all again in person before too long. Kalo kalokeri, evharisto poli.
Okay, good as always to hear from the former ambassador to Greece, Jeffrey Pyatt. I suggest we move on with the panel, not to waste any time. So I'd like to introduce to everybody the Minister of Energy of Moldova, Victor Polikov. Great to have you with us. And if you can give some opening remarks about where Moldova finds itself now in the face of this kind of geopolitical storm that we've been facing over the past few years.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting. And indeed, in many respects, Moldova is an interesting case of a very rapid transition and transformation as a result of all the crises that we experienced in the last period, on the geopolitical thing, on the geopolitical part, but also how the repercussions on the energy. Just 2-3 years ago, we were a country 100% dependent on one contract for gas supply from Gazprom, zero experience importing any gas resources from other places. And everybody's talking about gas, but for our region and for the countries, for our two countries, for Ukraine and Moldova, the biggest transformation and the biggest shift that allowed us, including diversification, enabled us to diversify in the gas side, was actually coming in the electricity. And few people understand the amount, the magnitude and the profoundness of the transformation for us of the synchronization of the grids. When Ukraine and Moldova were allowed to synchronize with ENTSO-E, we basically became part of the European electricity system, and that has changed a lot. When in November 2022, we had basically a so-called, what I call it, perfect storm, organized to us by the Russian Federation. We had limited supplies of gas. The power plant that was in the territory controlled by the Russian Federation in Transnistria refused to supply electricity. The Ukrainian system was under bombardment. We didn't have electricity to bring in. We could not rely on it, and still, and the prices were at the historical maximum. It is the synchronization, and it is the connection with ENTSO-E that maintained lights in Moldova on when entire regions of Ukraine were stuck without electricity for months, 4 weeks at least. So one thing I can say is that the transformation has come as a result, yes, of a crisis, which we did not start, but second, because of the unprecedented mobilization and solidarity between the countries in the region. And maybe for the first time in our history, Moldova is now in a situation of a country that is contributing to the regional security of energy supplies because of the vertical corridor, because we were the first country that managed to and demonstrated the technical and the economic feasibility of the vertical corridor and bringing gas from Greece to the Western Ukrainian gas storage facilities. Basically, we're proposing and we are offering, technically proving the case for a business model that previously was only available for Gazprom, where they were filling in the gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine in summer, and they were the only ones who could quickly increase the gas supply in Central Europe in wintertime. So all this is possible, again, only due to infrastructure investments, but now we are experiencing challenges in financing some of this infrastructure. For instance, gas infrastructure, everybody understands the vertical corridor needs to expand its capacity, but the financing of investments in the gas sector, particularly by the European Union, is linked to proving the feasibility of decarbonization, of its contribution to decarbonization. If you cannot prove a case, for instance, for a hydrogen, which realistically is difficult to do because of the technology, it's difficult to finance these projects. Now we're stuck. Everybody understands we need to increase this throughput capacity, and at the same time, the conditions for financing it are not prone to doing it. But other than that, what I must say is that as a country, we are an example of what can be done in a very short time. And we're an example of what can be achieved through solidarity in the region. And the Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine corridor, not just on the gas, but also the interconnections that we're building on electricity, will help bring Moldova and Ukraine not just politically into the European Union, but also, more importantly, what we've discussed yesterday at the dinner, part of the energy market. Will make Moldova and Ukraine part of the energy market, which will radically change the landscape.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, incredible transition that's taken place in Moldova, and probably exceeding everybody's expectations, because there were so many fears a few years ago about Moldova being completely cut off. So just one quick follow-up there, because you were really emphasizing the importance of the infrastructure development and the problem now being one of financing. So what would you say is the solution here?
Well, there's two possible solutions only. Either private sector steps in, and we're not waiting for, let's say, EU-driven investments, institutional investments. But this is probably be better to hear from Mrs. Gali, because she knows better how it works and what is possible and what is not possible for them. And of course, it's different from one country to the other. But the other solution would be to just revise the eligibility and the criteria for financing such infrastructure projects at the EU level. Realistically, again, everyone understands it's a must-have. Practically, we are stuck in procedures.
Okay, we'll come back to that, I'm sure, in the discussion. So let's move on, and let me introduce Osama Mabaraz, Secretary General of the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Welcome again.
Thank you, John. It's really a pleasure for me to be back to this great event. And I think I will very briefly tackle three topics. One is the importance of gas, and second is the importance of collaboration, especially in facing the multiple challenges that we're facing, and the third one about financing. So I think gas is playing and will play a significant role, and we have heard this from Prime Minister Mitsotakis in the dinner yesterday about how can gas overcome the trilemma that Ambassador Beit was talking about. It's better to use and switch to gas than coal, and definitely gas, although it is a fossil fuel, but it is the cleanest fossil fuel. Not just that, but we have a lot of technologies that can make gas even cleaner. And I think this is one of our focus points at the EMGF. We're focusing on developing more gas from the Eastern Mediterranean to support diversification of Europe, especially in these times of crisis and challenges. Not just that, but we're trying to produce more gas in a more responsible way through a lot of technologies, a lot of projects to decarbonize and reduce emissions. So this is one thing. Another thing, we're trying to do this through a lot of collaborative platforms and collaborative mechanisms. And I think the EMGF, one of its characteristics is that it is not just about the governments, but we have the governments, we have the industry, we have the regulators and the technology companies. So I think bringing the different stakeholders together is a very important platform for collaboration, especially facing all the challenges, whether geopolitical, whether the climate challenge, or even the energy security and the trilemma that we are facing. The last point is financing. So I think the global world is having a lot of ambitious targets, especially when we're talking about economic growth and also about climate action. But I think it's good to have ambitious targets, it's good to have a vision, but also we need to have concrete plans to achieve this. And I think one of the main obstacles is financing. And the good thing is in the past 2 years, let's say, the narrative about the fossil fuels and about gas in particular has been changing. People now, and the political narrative is accepting the gas and the role of gas, but what's really challenging is the availability of financing and funding. Really, to make gas or to have the contribution of gas in the facing the trilemma, we need a lot of funding, not just to develop and produce gas, but as we have been discussing about the infrastructure, the interconnectivity. And we still see a lot of constraints from the financing institutes in funding and availing funds for gas projects and gas infrastructure. So I think this is an important topic that we need to address, not just funding for gas, but also funding the ambitions about the climate challenge and the climate change. And I think the COP28 achieved a great milestone in this regard, creating the funds for this, but still I think it's a long way to go. Hopefully in COP29, we can achieve further milestones and we can see a breakthrough in this regard.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think already three very clear themes are emerging here about the importance of developing infrastructure, developing interconnectivity, and financing being, even if the narrative changed, we can discuss a bit further, how much it has changed, that narrative. But yeah, these are all big questions that I think we'll be discussing on the panel. So thanks very much for that. Let's move on then and listen to some of the other contributions. So Matthew Breitzer, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, welcome. Now a member of the Board of Directors of Overgas, which is, I understand, probably the biggest, is it, Bulgarian private company in natural gasification infrastructure.
Right, yeah. Right. That's it. To be modest, I mean, the private sector in Bulgaria for natural gas distribution is not huge, and that's a problem. And that's actually the theme. The theme of government and private sector working together is one I'd like to maybe synthesize the comments of Minister Parlikov and Secretary General Mobaris. Because, well, when I started getting involved in this part of the world, it was all about the US government leading an effort with some private companies like BP, state companies like SOCAR, TPAO, to develop corridors for natural gas and oil from the Caspian Sea to Europe via Georgia and Turkey. And when government people draw lines on maps for infrastructure projects that make geopolitical sense, they don't always make commercial sense. And I'm looking at my dear friend, brilliant former foreign minister of Armenia, Vartan Oskanyan, who's sitting here in the second row. And we worked together for years trying to help Azerbaijan and Armenia reach a peace agreement over the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And I think we're very, very close to, or they're very, very close to that agreement. But unfortunately, when the geopolitical lines for pipelines were drawn back then, Armenia was excluded at the behest of Azerbaijan and Turkey. And now in the Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey is excluded from a lot of the deliberations on how to get Eastern Mediterranean gas to Europe. And a lot of that grew out of the fact that, remember, in the summer of 2020, Turkey became quite aggressive in asserting what it views as its rights, territorial rights, its exclusive economic zone as well in the Eastern Mediterranean, but now is quieting things down. So governments have an idea of what the line should look like on a map. Sometimes that creates cooperation, sometimes it creates conflict. The key is to develop the projects in ways that make commercial sense, in partnership with governments leading maybe the negotiations to line up the international agreements that'll facilitate the projects, and then the private sector executing. The pipelines from the Caspian Sea through Georgia and Turkey now, which became on the gas side, the Southern Corridor, worked commercially. We worked very closely with the companies and financiers to come up with models that would allow successful projects. Greece is doing the same. What DESFA has done in terms of implementing transparency in transactions of natural gas imports in the multiple, now more than one LNG import terminal that there will be in Greece, is really a model for the rest of the European Union. Where our company is in Bulgaria, we have a great difficulty with transparency on pricing of natural gas, great difficulty getting access, direct access to natural gas purchases, using the infrastructure that exists connecting Turkey to Bulgaria, because there's an oversized, outsized role of Bulgaria's state natural gas monopoly, Bulgargas, which is able to exert all kinds of pricing leverage that manipulates the market. It makes it very, very difficult for a private sector company like Bulgargas, no matter how relatively large it is, to prosper financially. So last point is, there's a chance to expand this vertical corridor and even bring it to the side a little bit by increasing the natural gas interconnectivity between Turkey and Bulgaria. It can increase back. It's now at 3 BCM. It could go up to 15. It's sort of the old north-south line from the Soviet days. It could return to its full previous capacity of 15 BCM, but there needs to be financing on the Bulgarian side. The money is not there in the state coffers because the state gas monopoly is technically bankrupt. There needs to be EU support, but it's only going to work with private sector financing if that additional capacity from Turkey to Bulgaria is open to competitive bidding for the private sector. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So, yeah, another theme there emerging of the importance of governments and private sector coordination. Next up, we have Fabrizio Matana, CEO of IGI Poseidon. Welcome again, Matthew. Fabrizio, sorry.
Yep. Thank you all. Well, I had in mind to touch 2 points, but then Matthew, I think that put on the table a very important topic, following also what Mr. Mobarak said before about cooperation and feasibility of project. But before going to that, and that is very much linked with the future of East Mediterranean connection to Europe, just one point on what has been said about transition and how the energy landscape is adapting, because I think that we have been talking a lot last year about transition, and we have been very shy in stressing the role of gas, while today I'm happy to hear that gas is still very important, is recognized as being very important, and this is the result also of the geopolitical crisis that we lived, because energy is the variable, one of the key variable to set also the risk profile of the countries. And after the geopolitical crisis, we stressed 2 very important questions. Is the energy available? So do we have it? And how much does it cost? And this impact the risk profile of the countries, the industrial growth of the countries. And this is why gas is back, because it's true all the countries, all the companies are moving toward net zero path. That's the target for everybody. But this has been set as a big statement, but then we have to face reality in terms of timing, in terms of feasibility, in terms of commercial feasibility, in terms of affordability. And this is the framework in which energy landscape is moving. And I think that the energy sector reacted and is reacting very well. In my opinion, the only direction that is reasonable and feasible, that is diversification. And diversification is a wide concept. I'm not just speaking about gas, but diversification in energy is renewables first, fossil gas because we need it and we have it and is affordable, is a path toward green gases. And to do all of that, we need infrastructures. And then we are back to, my job and the job of someone around this table, infrastructure to create, to develop, and to realize infrastructure. I fully agree with what you said. We need cooperation. And the more complex the project is, the more cooperation we need. I think that IGI Poseidon, from the company I represent, gave an example of realizing a project through cooperation that is exactly close to your area, is the interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, IGB. That was key. The rationale was diversification, and it was realized thanks to cooperation among countries, among companies, through partnership. So we can do it. East Mediterranean is the new challenge, but it's the big opportunity. Because I think that for Greece, for Europe, there is one area that is not yet interconnected, that has huge potential, that is a reliable supplier that is not in the picture now. And we have all the We studied a lot around this project, this interconnection, and we can see the link with East Mediterranean area as the missing energy corridor. We're not talking about only gas pipelines. We're talking about an energy corridor that is missing and can provide reliable energy that today is probably not yet zero CO2, but in the future could be green gases, renewables, and a real stable bilateral link between EastMed and Europe.
Good morning, Minister. Please take a seat. Thanks, Fabrizio. Was that concluding your remarks for the introduction? Well, thanks very much. So, welcome, Minister. We got started without you. Apologies for that, but we thought we might run too late if we waited. So just let me fill you in a little bit. We've been hearing from our speakers. We had a very nice video message from Jeffrey Pyatt, as you know. Played a very big role and continues to play a very big role in US and Greek relations, and in particular in this energy field. We heard from the Minister of Energy of Moldova, Viktor Polikov, about the incredible transition in terms of energy security and supply in Moldova, and this now wholesale shift in orientation between Moldova and Europe. And we heard from Secretary General Mabares from the East Mediterranean Gas Forum about the importance of infrastructure, connectivity, financing. In fact, that's been the theme of most of the speakers. I think everybody's really emphasized that, the importance of infrastructure development, interconnections, cooperation and collaboration between governments and private sector, and financing being a problem. We've got more of our panelists, but maybe I want to hand over now to you to make your remarks, and then we'll continue with the panelists, and hopefully we'll have time for a short Q&A.
Well, I would start saying that we have to understand that these interconnections that we are building, either interconnections for gases or interconnections for electric energy, are essentially the building blocks of the creation of a more unified energy market. There can be no energy market that is unified unless we have these interconnections. Now, within Europe, this is not just something that are nice to have. It's an absolute necessity for the European economic space to be a unified economic space, as it is supposed to be. Without interconnections, there is a major flaw in the European economic zone. And this has been, in fact, a major flaw in the way the European economic policy functions. Now, the second difficulty that we have with these interconnections is that they are very long-term investments. An interconnection will last far longer than the actual period that the private enterprise that undertakes it will take its money back. And this is a problem with energy in general, but in interconnections, it's even more important. An interconnection, let's say an electrical cable, can last 50 years, while its payout period can be 20 or 25. This is a major market deficiency. That's why we have to be present as a state to promote these interconnections and help these interconnections be realized. And this also, and this adds, these are the economic arguments. Now, we have to add also the geopolitical arguments. We are living in an era where things that we considered as self-evident no longer stand. Peace in Europe is no longer self-evident. International trade is no longer self-evident. Security in the seas is no longer self-evident. You see what happens in the Red Sea. You see what happened in Ukraine. You see what happens between the big international players in terms of trade and tariffs. So in this era, energy security is much more important. And energy security for us will be created and is created by huge amounts of renewables that we are developing. Because renewables, after you develop them, absolutely belong to you. Nobody can take them. In fact, they're much more robust in terms of even, as we've seen in Ukraine, of even someone that would like to destroy them. And they have no fuel. The fuel comes from the sun in one way or another, excluding geothermal. Geothermal, not necessarily. It can be from the previous sun.
Exactly.
But what we have to realize is that building this new infrastructure that will give us full energy security, we need both for economic reasons and for geopolitical reasons. We need both fast development of renewables. We are one of the first in the world there, and fast development of interconnections. And I believe in the last 5 years, we also are one of the major players, even longer, in developing interconnections. Thus, we can only consider ourselves a positive force in this energy security, from the energy security aspect.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Now, let's carry on with the panel. And I think you summarized very well this combination of the geopolitical imperatives driving this transition and the economic ones. I guess the theme so far is not just renewables, but in a way, gas is back. It's a kind of, in some of the messages where a year ago, maybe that wasn't the narrative at all, but the importance of gas in this transition period is probably recognized much more now than it was a year ago. So who better to tell us a bit more about that than Maria Rita Galli from DESFA.
Thank you, John. And it's a pleasure to speak after, let's say, the speakers who were before me, because most of the topics that have been raised are very crucial to the role that we believe natural gas infrastructures are playing in the region. Let's start from renewables, because let's say I would like to start from a different angle for a while, and it's let's say it's incredible how really we can see in Greece an effective and successful cooperation between renewable and gas. We can see it on a daily basis. In Greece, we have days in which wind and solar represent more than 60% of the total energy production. And that, of course, is an extreme success. And this extreme success is made possible by the fact that the day after, when there is no wind and sometimes also the sun is a little bit, foggy with the sand from the desert, unfortunately, 60% of this electricity is produced by natural gas. So we have really a cooperation and integration between these two sources of energy, and the infrastructure are the enabler of this cooperation because they represent let's say, the physical storage for this form of energy that is gas. So let's say what we are really experiencing is how, let's say, the technology that today is available and reliable to increase the penetration of renewable is and still is natural gas. And of course, natural gas will have to decarbonize itself, will have to find better ways to be part of the energy mix, reducing its environmental impact, but for sure is allowing the decarbonization by integrating more renewables, while at the same time guaranteeing the stability of the system. Talking about infrastructures and how infrastructure are critical in this period of geopolitical crisis, well, we all remember 2022, Greece was already in a very positive situation when the crisis happened because had invested significantly in the past with the expansion of the Revitus terminal and also with the TAP connection. But and this has enabled the country to play a super important role in 2022, not only for itself, but for the neighboring countries, starting from Bulgaria. And in 1 year, we imported almost 80 cargos of LNG, and we reduced physically the import of Russian gas practically to zero. 2022 has been, for me, also a very significant year in terms of public-private cooperation in promoting the development of further infrastructure, because very rapidly a significant investment have been approved, and the cooperation is between the private sector, companies like DESFA, and the public, the ministry, the regulator, who have approved this infrastructure as part of the national gas transmission system, thus enabling us to already deploy significant capital investment in compressor stations, the new interconnector with North Macedonia, and the compressor stations which are under constructions, and that by the mid of next year will allow Greece to be able to export and to feed the vertical corridor with 8.5 billion cubic meter of different sources of gas. Always at the end of 22, we signed the memorandum for the vertical corridor, and January this year we extended the memorandum to Moldova, Ukraine, and Slovak. So let's say a big progress has been made to make it happen. Of course, it doesn't mean that the problem has been solved, and we need to remain very much aware that the situation in which we operate is very volatile, and we have experienced in the last few months a complete and the second complete revolution of the flows. And matter of fact, in this moment, Greece is importing almost 60% of Russian gas. We have a lot of Russian gas in Southeast Europe, which is sold at very cheap prices, and this is, let's say, creating huge obstacle to importers of LNG. And this is creating obstacle to the development and the financiability of projects like Vertical Corridor, because the market players are not willing to take long-term commitment, both because of course, uncertainty about the role of gas, but also in the short, medium term about the sustainability of the level of prices. So let's say the effort that, again, the private and the public sector will have to make in the next few months is to make sure that we can overcome this short-term volatility, because investment infrastructure are long-term investment. We cannot decide on the basis of short-term prices. We cannot decide betting that this cheap Russian gas will keep flooding Southeast Europe. And so, let's say, even if Greece is certainly in a much stronger situation than it used to be, but much stronger than many of the neighboring countries, we need to look at the region as a whole, and it's really important that these investments find a way to be financed. And the success of Greece needed to be reproduced in other countries of Southeast Europe with the same degree, and I appreciate what was said about the transparency of the regulatory framework, the fact that in Greece you know which is the source of gas and where the gas is coming and going.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Next, we have Aristotelis Hantavas, President of Solar Power Europe and CEO of Principia.
Hello. Thank you for having me here. It's not that common for me to be at a panel with so many times expressing the word gas. But let me differentiate a bit and adhere a bit more to the opinions of Minister Skylakakis. I think that, as also the title of the panel implies, geopolitics is very important. And when we talk about investments in gas and corridors and pipelines, geopolitical stability is one of the key parameters that we should consider. And unfortunately, we live in a world, and especially in an area of this globe, that this is not taken for granted. Instead, we have developed in the last decades some other alternatives in generating electricity. And this is renewables, which is faster, it's cleaner, and cheaper now. And at the same time, it's also assuring geopolitical stability, because you generate in your own country the electricity you want. What we could see also recently in the last 5 years is that after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, this became more evident, being somehow subject to the desires of a nation to electrify your needs and your people is not maybe the wisest choice. So in our point of view, we should use this Russian war as an example and as an incentive to accelerate further all our efforts towards the energy transition. What does it mean? More renewables. And that's why also you see a big difference in terms of interests of financing such projects. I mean, it's not comparable, especially in Greece. With the efforts of the government, we have seen a tremendous interest of investors to invest in renewables. And renewables also have proven that they can supply almost all the energy that a nation needs, as long as they utilize the contribution of supportive infrastructure, such as storage. And this is where we are today, in my point of view. The ministry has realized the importance of storage infrastructure. The ministry, as far as we know from press releases, is examining seriously the acceleration of storage infrastructure in the country, which combined with renewables can solve the problem. In this sense, this is something that for sure we could have done better in the past. We could be more aggressive and faster so that we don't face today issues like the curtailments that affect the investors' trust in renewables. But at the same time, I think that we are in a very good momentum to take the right decisions to accelerate the penetration of storage in the system that will make sure that renewables can supply the majority of electricity in a nation. For sure, we need gas today, but for sure, the only way would be to accelerate the alternatives we have towards gas.
Thank you very much for that. Finally, Antonis Metaxas, we'd like to hear your comments on what you've heard already, and of course, anything important that you see in terms of the legal and regulatory framework.
I will be very brief. Thank you very much, Joan. And somehow make also an introduction to the next panel. I think the key issues, it's very nice to be here again, and I would like also to congratulate again Nectaria and her team for having a wonderful organization again. So I think the basic issues have been raised. We're talking about connectivity, financing, and of course, infrastructure. When we're talking, for example, about the penetration of renewables, as Mr. Handavas rightly pointed out, we need infrastructure. We need networks, and we need also storage. So networks are perhaps the most important thing for the years to come, and because they are very much related and directly linked to actual problems that also investors are facing because, for example, Mr. Haddad was rightly pointed out the phenomenon of increased curtailments here in Greece. Curtailments are a very important issue because it actually undermines any kind of investor safety, because without investor safety we cannot realize anything from what has been mentioned until now. So, and we don't have rules, clear rules, transparent rules for this kind of phenomena that are indeed often nowadays. And this brings me also to something that Mr. Breiser correctly pointed out, which is more or less also a problem that also other states are facing in other energy markets, not just Bulgaria. We need legal rules, just to refer also to my specialization. We want a clear regulatory framework. We need legal safety, meaning if we have a phenomenon such as curtailments, for example, we cannot have rules that are retroactively adopted for a phenomenon that already exists. And for measures that the network operators already adopt without having clear rules, but the rules will be adopted. That means that also the legislator has to, also at European level, but also at national level, has to adopt and be more, let's say, proactive. Because without clear rules, without clear and transparent framework, you cannot have the important investments as regards network infrastructure, be it in gas infrastructure, be it in electricity interconnection facilities. So I think these are the basic issues that have to be properly assessed, and I hope, and let us be optimistic, that also, as I said, the legislator understands what are the necessary preconditions for bringing investments. And last but not least, I have, and this is a more, let's say, I would say not just Greek perspective, but also I'm providing a European perspective, let's say. By having discussions with, we see a large optimism, again, making an introduction to the panel that will follow as regards the penetration of renewables, and we are very confident that investors are interested and still interested and will be willing to invest. I would say yes, but I see a certain, I don't know if Mr. Handavas, for example, also agrees with my statement that, and my assessment, that I witness a certain skepticism starting. What will be the electricity mix? What is the interdependence between natural gas and renewables? What are the infrastructural capacities that would enable further investment in renewables? So I think that there is a certain indication of investment skepticism. This will be my short comments.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to bring the Minister back in to hear a little bit more about the government's priorities now, a year into New Democracy's second term. What are the priority energy projects for the government in 2024 and beyond? Maybe you can also pick up on some of the themes that have been raised, in particular, about cooperation between your government, other countries in the region, including Moldova, also Western Balkans and so on, and also cooperation with the private sector also.
Well, let me first say that from what we've seen from what happened with our new cable with Bulgaria, interconnections are very important. We've just built a new cable and it's now full. It's now full, and it's days that we have exactly the same price in the two countries, the same dump price. So we need more interconnections. This is the first message. And we are working with our partners in the neighborhood, especially our northern partners, to make this a reality. Now, in terms of our priorities, what we have to do is to have a transition from a period of subsidies to a period of a functioning market in terms of renewables. Renewables are now very cheap, and even batteries are now able to be in the market without subsidies. So what we're going to do, especially in an era when we have curtailments, so what we're going to do is we're going to open up the market for batteries and let investors invest in batteries, both in a number of old photovoltaic parks that we have, and this is something that we're going to legislate in a couple of months. We will present this legislation within July, and batteries, standalone batteries, without subsidies, but with priority in terms of electrical space, because they create electrical space. So this is a new development that we're going to have, and we're also going to have, in order to make investors' life easier, we're going to cut the money, the guarantee that they have to give to be in the queue by 70%. So this will enable them to be in this long queue that we have with less expenses, because the renewables market is going to be a market for long-term players. It's not going to be a market where people come and get easy money and get out. So this has to be helped by our government, so that players are enabled to be more long-term players, since the demand for electricity will increase, but it's not certain that it will increase with the rates that we expect or at the times that we expect. These are two major policy changes that we are doing right now.
Okay, I'm sure that's going to be most welcome by the investors here. Can I just ask you, you've really put the emphasis on renewables, and of course, everybody on this panel recognizes the importance of that and of decarbonizing gas as well, but we have many players here in this sector and in gas. So just in terms of that balance from your government, gas is very important for this region. We've talked during the session of the kind of missing energy corridor in this region, in the Eastern Med. So how do you see that? We've also got the problem of developing that infrastructure and the problem of financing. And particularly from the EU side, that was emphasized by the minister from Moldova, that it's really blocking development now, the insistence of the EU that there has to be this renewables component to financing in this area. So that's a problem. And the only other alternative obviously being private sector. So how does the government approach that issue of encouraging renewables transition, but also prioritizing gas in this region, which will continue to be really important?
Well, we have created a second terminal, FSRU, in Alexandroupolis. It's going to become operational in the next few months, fully operational. It's now testing, and this covers more than our needs for gas only by LNG. We also have gas by pipelines, for example, Azeri gas, and from that perspective, we are fully a positive force because we also have connected with Bulgaria. Thus, we have essentially created this corridor from our side. Now, how this corridor is going to work in the future, we are going to see. We are going to support it as much as possible. We have already done so. This FSRU that we have created, we have invested as a state in it quite a substantial amount of money. Thus, we are now from the period of creating the infrastructure to the period of letting market players take advantage of that infrastructure. We have done our job.
Okay, great, thanks. We're running out of time for the session, but I did want to give everybody, an opportunity to come back in and really talk about your priorities, what you see as the priorities and solutions here to some of the problems that have been raised and what you'd like to see. The minister says the government has done its job, but there's always more to be done, I guess. So, yeah, I'd just like to hear from each of you, really, about what are the most important things you'd like to see happening. So starting with you, Minister of Moldova.
Okay, what I would say is that, of course, as a result of the war, but not even before the war, of the blackmail, on the energy blackmail on behalf of the Russia, and the entire landscape and the geopolitics of energy has changed in the entire Europe. I think EU has not expected how quickly it will be able to adapt and how quickly it will be able to absorb this shock. Yes, it came at a cost. But I would like to mention one particular thing that has not been discussed here, but is of extreme importance, and this is the information war and the disinformation, because a lot of the panic and a lot of the price shocks that Europe had to experience and absorb even financially was actually a result of a hyperinflation of the gas topic and gas price topic in the perception of people in the EU. And I can only give you one thing. Look at the TTF quotations around 26th and 27th of September 2022, when the Nord Stream 1 and 2 were blown up. Quotations started to go down, and they went down like hell. And that is a sign that let's say, the uncertainty with respect to Russian gas on the EU market was exaggerated compared to the certainty that there will be no Russian gas on the EU market. So there's one aspect that has not been touched is this. Another aspect that I would like to also mention is that the entire region here is now from a region that was 100% dependent on the Russian gas, or not 100, but almost entirely, is becoming a region which now feeds gas into the rest of the Europe. It was a receptor of the gas. Now it is an entry point for a lot of the gas that can be shifted into the Central Europe. And infrastructure, again, is key. There's no magic solutions. I mean, we can do whatever, but without infrastructure, the market will not function. And we experienced that in Moldova, as I said, on the electricity side and now on the gas. On our priorities list, interconnections with Romania on the electricity are top priority. We want to use these interconnections for several things. First, to integrate. We cannot integrate into the European energy market if we're not connected enough. We cannot generate electricity, renewable electricity, and use the infrastructure to balance the region market if we don't have interconnections. And Moldova simply does not have any other resource when it comes to energy generation than renewables. And three, there will be time when reconstruction of Ukraine will start. And that reconstruction will require a lot of energy. And that energy will have to somehow reach Ukraine. And the interconnections that we're now building with Romania will make Moldova, Romania interconnectors, or Moldova probably the strongest, the biggest bridge to bring in electricity to Ukraine from EU.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mombaras, maybe we can hear what the priorities are of your organization, the EastMed Gas Forum, for the next year.
Thank you. So I think it's quite interesting to listen to the panelists from both governments and also from the private sector. And I think one key message is that there is a lot of alignment on the objectives and the way forward, which I think is quite encouraging. The collaboration between the governments and the private sector is key, as we were discussing at the beginning. And I think this also encouraged me to focus on what we are trying to do. As we discussed, we're trying to solve the trilemma through, as EMGF, focusing now on gas, and not just producing gas, but also on decarbonization. What we are trying to do in 2024 is in line with the outcome of COP28 is, let's say, the quick wins of the decarbonization of the gas, like methane emissions abatement and also gas flaring reduction, which I think are quite key. And at the same time, we're working on our plan for the carbon intensity certification, which I think is quite important to make sure that the gas is certified with its carbon footprint. So it gives assurances that the gas is low carbon and at the same time, as we're trying to do, low cost. So I think this is quite important. One other, I think, topic I would like to highlight, and it was discussed, is the critical role that Greece is playing, especially in these challenging times, connecting the East Mediterranean with Southeast Europe. Not just in gas, but also with the planned projects for electricity connectivity. I think this is going to create even a greater role for Greece in this regard.
Thank you. So just some very final brief comments now, because we are out of time from each of you.
So now that we all seem to agree on the importance of the private sector and public sector cooperating, Greece has done a great job in facilitating corridors and LNG importation and a great regulatory framework on behalf of DESFA. Then I would call for governments to show more political courage, to remove obstacles to the private sector investment. That's the only way the energy transition is going to happen. So specifically, I already mentioned the problems in Bulgaria. There are, in terms of competition in EU competition law, there are several crucial regulations that are not being implemented in Bulgaria that reduce private sector investment. I don't need to go into details. The European Commission doesn't want to rock the boat of the already unstable Bulgarian political system, 6 elections and whatever it is, 3 years. But there needs to be that courage, or else the investment's not going to happen in Bulgaria. And on electricity, at Cyprus, I used to be the US mediator on the Cyprus question. It's such a radioactive political topic. I live in Turkey. It's very, very difficult issue. However, to, let's say, increase the amount of renewables used on the island of Cyprus, because there's a lot of installed capacity, but not enough base load, the fundamental load of consistent electricity generation, not only that allows electricity to flow when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing, but also to keep the electricity grid in balance, you need constant, reliable, additional electricity flowing into the grid. The cheapest way, the simplest way to do that is the most politically difficult one, which would be an electricity connection from Turkey with a surplus of electricity. It's going to have nuclear power online. Given that the island of Cyprus already has a functioning interconnection between the north and the south through a depoliticized quasi-commercial agreement. That would be the most cost-effective way then to allow Cyprus to use much more of its installed renewable energy. But politically, there needs to be great courage to allow for such an interconnection from Turkey.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Everybody's got 1 minute now, if we're going to finish on time. Sorry, Fabrizio.
Yeah. I'm trying to be quick. Two quick points. The first one starts from what Mr. Chautas said. every time we are at a table, gas player and renewable player, there's a sort of race on who is the best, who is the cheapest, who will come first. And I think this has been the narrative in the last 2 years. I think we have to move from that. I think that we are all necessary and we have to focus on the point, and the point is to create a sustainable path to reduce CO2 emissions. And to do that in a stable way, in a secure way, in a competitive way, we need all of them. We still need gas, we need a lot of efforts in renewables, we need infrastructures. So we little bit need to exit from this confrontational attitude, because the real need is diversification and going to the point. The second message starts from the title of the conference, spiraling through the conflicts in search of opportunities. Here, I think that in this context, the big opportunity for our countries in the Mediterranean is the interconnection with an energy corridor with East Med area. I think there is a great potential. It is a great base, not only for, let's say, energy future, but again, to use energy this time for cooperation and not for creating tension.
Thanks. Very clear message there. Maria?
Well, let's say, if I have to say what I would like as a priority also from the government in this moment, is true that, let's say, a lot has been done, and what is going on with respect to natural gas infrastructure will probably serve all the need of Greece and largely of the region. So what we need now is a coherent strategy on how to transform these natural gas infrastructure in green gases infrastructure. Because as the minister said, these are assets that are brand new and they have 40, 50 years of useful life. We want to transition out of natural gas, but we want, let's say, to continue to have green molecules and also continue the role of Greece as a hub for green molecules. So we think it's important that it's not something that we expect to happen in 10 years or 15 years, but we need to build together let's say, a roadmap, also acknowledging that Greece has a competitive advantage in renewables, meaning it has a competitive advantage also in hydrogen production, and it has also a competitive advantage as a corridor to import hydrogen from, let's say, East Mediterranean Basin, from Middle East. So this is something that to give long-term stability also to private investors is something that we think is very crucial at this point in time.
Thanks very much, Maria. Mr. Hantavas?
Yes, we would like to welcome the statements by Minister Skylakakis, the fact that the government now is looking seriously on the ways to accelerate investments in storage really is helpful. On this, of course, I would like to stress out that we need to be cautious to avoid mistakes from the past, because non-controlled penetration of storage in the system may bring the same effects that we saw in the past in solar, the cannibalization between projects. And it's very important also to think of ways to transmit this benefit to the consumer by seeing lower electricity prices. And to do this, we need to enable competition. And to enable competition, we need sometimes to avoid creating monopolies that may have benefits in different technologies. So I think that the ministry already is aware of all these things, and definitely in the planning probably will take into account these conditions. We are optimistic that with the necessary regulation and measures, the situation also in curtailments will be stabilized, and the general crisis of investors' trust for renewables will be minimized and probably avoided soon.
Thank you. A brief final word, Antonis? 3 words.
What is important for investors is, again, legal safety, transparency, and lifting of barriers, of existing barriers for private investments. And again, clear rules also for this synergetic approach, because I have witnessed the many phases of energy transition. Now, I agree with Mr. Matana, it's not about having, again, a confrontational approach. Renewables are, of course, the future, but natural gas has its severe importance. And so there has to be a balance between that. And I think this summarizes what is also the outlook for the next years to come.
Thank you very much. We have to close the session, but I'm going to allow the Minister to close it with a couple of words.
A final word. We are now, especially on the electrical system and in our gas infrastructure, very advanced in transition. And we are now facing the first problems of the new system that is going to be created. Curtailment, sometimes negative prices, great differences in prices, violent investment cycles in renewables that are going to come in the future. But the future is a better future in spite of these problems, because we are solving the problems of the past. That's why we now have the problems of the future.
Thank you. A good note to finish on, and please join me in thanking all our speakers. I'm going to hand over to Alistair, where we're continuing this discussion on the green transition. We're going to have a photograph, I think. Minister, do you want to stand in the middle? And you go in the middle too? Yeah. Yeah, come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As Joan said, we're going to stick with the topic now of energy and the green transition. We have another excellent panel who I will invite up onto the stage without any further delay. So we have Eleni Tsakopoulos Kounalakis, who's the Lieutenant Governor of California. Please join me, Eleni. Alexandros Doukou, who is the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Environment and Energy here in Greece. We have Manousos Manousakis, who's the Chairman and CEO of the Independent Power Transmission Operator here in Greece. We have Yannis Karidas, Chief Executive Officer, Renewables and Energy Storage at Kopelousos Group, also here in Greece. Please make your way up to the stage and join me. Good morning. I'm Alistair, yeah. Sorry?
Eleni.
Eleni.
From California.
Excellent. Come and join me. Yes. We have Aristophanes Stefatos, CEO of Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company. And Notis Sardelas, who's the Managing Partner at Sardelas Petsa Law Firm. Notis, please join us. Yes. Hi, nice to see you again. I'm well, thank you. Hiya. Hi.
Hello, Jan.
Hi, good to see you. Take your seats. Okay, well, this session very much follows on from the discussion we've already had. There may be a little repetition, but I think it's fair to give everybody their opportunity to convey the messages that are important to them. So once everybody's settled down a little, we'll begin. And I'll pass along to our first speaker, Eleni Tsakopoulos Kounalakis.
That's very good, Alistair.
Lieutenant Governor of California. Take us away. Give us your thoughts, please, on this topic.
Well, good morning, Alistair. It's so wonderful to be here. What an incredible conference. And it's also, of course, very relevant to be in Greece. I think for those of you who don't know, I represent the state of California. I'm the Lieutenant Governor. And California and Greece, when it comes to the whole issue of energy, I think that it really starts with the fact that we're on the front lines already in dealing with the consequences of a warming planet, and primarily that's manifested through all the wildfires that both California and Greece have experienced. And to give some context, 8 of the 10 most catastrophic wildfires in California history have happened in the last 10 years. Just 3 years ago, 4% of the state burned. And I know there's some really great work going on right now between the United States and Greece on best practices. And I see Ambassador Tsounis is here, so I want to recognize his leadership in making sure that we're cooperating on preparedness and emergency response. But California has been leading the way on environmental protection, clean air, clean water, and combating climate change for a very long time. It's been a bipartisan effort. You can go back to the very first aggressive bill, which was actually signed by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and a lot has happened since then. So we were one of the first entities, subnational entities, to have 2045 goal of being carbon neutral and having a 100% carbon-free electric grid. But what's interesting is that we've gone far beyond just these long-term goals. We actually have a roadmap to get there. So by 2035, the state of California has a goal of a 90% carbon-free electric grid. To give some context again, the state of California is a population of 39 million people. We're the largest state. We are also an economy the size of India, and we are already at 61% carbon-free energy fueling our electric grid.
How does that compare to India, do you know?
Well,
Slightly
I think
different
it's
number,
pretty
I suspect.
significant.
Yeah.
I mean, really almost anywhere. And so again, I think you can just say California and people know that we're way, way out in front on so many of these issues. So there's a combination to get to these goals of a very aggressive regulatory environment, which we can certainly talk about. But just to give an example, the Governor Newsom just recently, actually a couple years ago now, signed a mandate that only zero-emission vehicles will be able to be sold in California by 2035. We are already, last year, about 25% of all the zero-emission vehicles sold in California, cars sold were zero emissions. So we're on our way, but the regulatory environment is very significant. And then, of course, the incentives. And so I know the theme of the overall conference is finding opportunities. I don't think that there is any place in the world where there is more opportunity for the private sector than California to take advantage of the IRA, a massive 2 years of major budget surpluses in our state that have gone to investing in tax credit programs, grant programs, rebate programs. There has just never been the ability to leverage private investment along with public investment for innovation in the carbon-free energy future than there is right now. And then maybe just the last thing I'll say in opening is that we know, we are well aware that as aggressive as California is, even if and when we meet our goals, it won't be enough to move the dial on the planet. And so the way that we think about all of our work right now, particularly the investment programs that we have, is that it really has to be about scale.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, I don't want to cause trouble, but I think I just heard a pitch from California for Greek investors to go over there. You may have thoughts about that, but let's just start off with your
I'll speak
thoughts
in Greek if you don't mind. So
of course.
I'll give a second for that. Although I always admire what Eleni is doing in California, I always follow up what you're doing in terms of promoting the green transition, all the policies. Sometimes I try to take some good examples from your regulatory framework. But I would say that Greece is doing quite well as well on that.
So now let me switch into Greek. Alistair, it was last October when we met again and we have been talking in this very conference about the benefits of the green transition for our society, our economy. So we're back again here to discuss about the global debate we currently have on the green transition. I believe that we all agree on the following, both the people here and outside these premises. There is no discussion about whether it is necessary or not to abide by the wave of green transition globally, and there is no discussion whether all stakeholders should do what they have to do in order to drive this world into a carbon or an emission-free economy. Now, listening to the achievements of the state of California, I'd like to say that in our country, we have reasons to be proud for the things we have achieved in the past 5 years in this field, despite the challenges, the difficulties we had to go through because of the energy crisis, the pandemics. So from a macroscopic, let's say, viewpoint, our country in the past 5 years, and judging by the result, our country delivered, and I'm not talking, subjectively, I'm just using the facts and the figures right now. Allow me to say that we are on the right track, and we are in line with the global trajectory towards green transition. What do I mean? 10 years ago, if we were to check the country's energy mix, Greece was largely dependent on lignite. 82% of our power production was generated by fossil fuels, or brown coal, as we call it. Now we have some 6%. There might be cases in which for days, like in May, for 11 consecutive days, we were able to completely eradicate the use of brown coal in our energy mix. This has been an achievement. Nobody could imagine that a country so deeply dependent on fossil fuels could accelerate that much towards this direction. So, our country, since 2019, we set really high goals, my dear Eleni, in order to deliver in terms of the green transition. The goal is that 80% of our energy mix will be generated by renewables. Currently, we are happy to say that we have doubled our installed capacity in renewables. So we have exceeded 50% of our energy mix being produced by renewables. So I'm really happy when I read articles or studies. Actually, there has been a recent one signed by Ernst & Young. It was a report, the RICAI, according to which Greece is one of the top 3 countries in the top 3 of the most attractive countries in terms of renewables. So this is an effort that we will keep on, let's say, delivering. Actually, there are no magic recipes. This is something that has never been done in the past, in history. So I believe that if we use our common sense, we can understand what we should do. Actually, Eleni mentioned before that, what do we need? We need a very clear regulatory framework, because what we do is we invite investors to come and place their money to invest in new technologies, in innovations. So investors coming from, they want to go to a state and see that there's a level playing field, that there is transparency in place, that the rules are clear. And as you rightly said, they need incentives and tools. This is exactly what we have been doing as a country by means of by developing the right regulatory framework in order to allow investors to speed up their investments in the field of clean technology. As mentioned in the previous panel, for us, the priority lies in energy storage. So I would say, Alistair, that we have 4 main priorities as we speak. Yes, indeed, we currently have an issue with the negative prices or zero energy prices. This is something, and the curtailments, of course. We overproduce energy in the afternoon and we have no way to consume it, so we have to dispose of it. This is a phenomenon that is not of Greek origin. For the past at least 15 years, it has been taking place across European countries. I don't know about the US. So for us, one of the priorities is this technical issue. In the ministry, we have to find a way and adjust the demand profile. We have to give incentives to our citizens to consume more of their energy in times when we have a surplus of clean energy produced. This is why in the ministry we try to come up with dynamic billing schemes, as we call them, about electricity, so that our citizens can enjoy affordable energy prices within the day when we have the surplus. So there will be a demand response balance when it comes to energy management. The second priority is to have investments flowing into energy storage. The target is the following: 5.4 gigawatts of installed capacity in batteries and pump stations, hydroelectrics. We need more hydros by 2030. So we will boost these investments so we can store energy. And as mentioned in the previous panel, and I think Mr. Manosakis will say more, we need domestic and cross-border interconnection. This is the big, let's say, bet. And the new European Commission, that's my opinion, will have to tackle the issue of interconnections in a more holistic way. We need a strategy, a pan-European strategy, in order to build a backbone or a big chunk of interconnections within Europe so that energy can travel from where it is affordable to where it is of value, depending on the geography, depending on the zones. There are many issues that have to be discussed. We, as a country, are going to submit this issue, let's say, for discussion in the next European Commission. And ending, for us, what it is a big stake is to try and have our society getting involved with that, because until now, out of all this effort, sometimes I feel that our society is an outsider. They are not involved, and that's actually our duty, the duty of governments, to turn our fellow citizens into contributors and participants in this effort. And also, the issue of speeding up green transition. I would say that we have to find a balance between the cost in terms of how we can achieve green transition in an affordable manner, because, as we all understand, the funds are not endless. We have limited resources in order to achieve these quite big objectives. So it is important not to squander money, not to have useless investments, and we have to know that the money we put in green transition are delivered.
So we've heard from government. Let's move along to our operators, perhaps in some cases on the other side of the fence. I think in your case, Mr. Manosakis, you have feet on both sides of the fence. But give us your thoughts, please, on this from your perspective.
First of all, thank you very much, Alistair, for the invitation also this year to this very interesting conference. And I will also switch to Greek if you don't mind.
as the minister has already said, there is no debate on whether we will have or not green transition. Politically, we see, and this is worrying, after the EU election, that there are powers that put it in the central dialogue. In order to deal with that, we need to be transparent and sincere with regard to this topic. In order to fulfill green transition, in order to have clean and cheap energy, we need to move forward with two fronts. The first has to do with storage. It was examined in the previous channel, and interconnections is the second. This is what we need to do as ADMIE, and we have contributed to this success story explained by the minister, having electrified 7 electrical interconnections in 7 years, and now we have interconnection of Attica and Crete, and having made Greece as a whole electrical place, the insular part of the country now is fully connected with the mainland. So we have a single grid. So we have up to 60% renewables. In order to reach from 60 to 100% renewables, more steps need to be taken. This very moment, we need to be sincere. We still need natural gas. We need natural gas because in the evening we don't have the energy required. We don't have the means to store it. We need to move forward with storage capacity, and in order to have a stable system as we don't know when it will be cloudy or winds will stop, we need interconnections between east and west, south and north. So we reach the era of international interconnections, and ADMIE contributes to the Greek strategy for energy policy. Greece to be autonomous on the one hand, since we have solar and wind power, and at the same time be a crossroads of infrastructure on energy. This is quite critical because in a period of geopolitical turbulence, solid infrastructure play an important role for the state to prevail. So investing energy infrastructures linked to energy transition and digital transition is an effort, a never-ending effort, and quite important for the stability of the country. So the minister earlier mentioned the initiative, the Green Aegean Interconnector, Greece and the rest of Europe. We promote the connection between Greece, Cyprus and Israel, a project of quite importance for us and our allies in the United States for stability in Eastern Mediterranean. We expect the green light for electrical interconnection between Egypt and Greece. And now we are discussing about connecting Saudi Arabia and Greece in an electricity project. These projects might sound ambitious, but in the next decade, we hope, by fulfilling the next steps of green transition, where we have reached solar and wind capacity, all these projects will be fulfilled, so it's easy to be proactive.
We're going to let you go without asking you a question. You've raised the issue of geopolitics and Greece's role as a strategic hub, if you like, in energy, but I wanted to look at something else just briefly, and that is something both of you have mentioned. This is the issue of storage, the importance, the centrality of finding ways of storing energy reliably when renewables don't necessarily produce at the time and in the place where the energy is required. So perhaps you could just talk a bit more about the company's plans for that. What's happening? What are the priorities in terms of where you're focusing in developing storage capacity? I know this is something that California is quite a pioneer in, so I just wondered if you could update us on where Greece stands.
You're asking me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think that this question must be answered by the Minister because according to the regulatory framework, IPTO as neutral transmission operator is not allowed to participate in the storage market. So I will give the floor to the Minister to answer to this question.
No, the answer is simple, Alistair. Give the incentives to investors to invest in these technologies. So
it's the investors who are still here after they've ones have gone to
we have an interesting pipeline from potential investors on that at the licensing queue currently. So we need to, what we want to do as ministry, and this is something that I think pre-announced a minister previously, we are planning to pass some legislation in the next 2 months in order to unlock these investments by giving the incentives to all those people that are interested in doing this, giving the necessary tools to proceed with their investments. I think this is, and our task from our side is to facilitate, obviously, their licensing procedure, facilitate whatever they want in order to see these projects being materialized in the next couple of years.
And what areas are they investing in? So what techniques, storage techniques are predominant?
I think we need a mix of battery storage and pump storage as well, and hydro electric. So we want all in our mix, and this is what we currently design in our National Energy and Climate Plan. But again, the appetite is there. We see it. And that's the important thing, because those are people that want to put their money on that. So what they're asking from us is to just let them do their job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will come back to you on this a little later, because I know that California is a pioneer here. Mr. Manosakis, I know that you need to leave, or I understand you need to leave. If you don't, you're very welcome to stay, but if you do...
I'm so sorry I need to leave.
No,
My boss knows that they have something to take care of.
No worries
at
all.
Much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, let's move along to Yannis Karidis, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Renewables and Energy Storage at Kopeloussos Group. You may want to address the discussion we just had about storage, but I'm sure you have your own thoughts on this area. I'm happy to invite you to give them to us now.
Thank you. Also, thanks to the organizers for the kind invitation. Well, both Deputy Minister and Ms. Manosakis are right in the sense that we need a bundle of measures and actions in order to accelerate green transition for Greece, namely more renewables, more and faster energy storage, something that we need and without which we will have a problem vis-à-vis the achievement of our long-term targets, and also the importance of interconnections. Because now we cannot see only Greece and what we need to achieve vis-à-vis the energy requirements of Greece, but also the global market and European Union. So from one hand, we have the ambitious targets of Fit 55, of reducing and completely eliminating CO2 emissions the next 2.5 decades. The recent agreement at COP28 of more than 125 countries to accelerate the implementation of renewable energy projects and triple the capacity by 2030. And also, we have to address the issue of what are the main obstacles to achieve that. Obviously, we identified energy storage as an issue that we need to accelerate. And also, various studies have identified that Europe, to achieve its
green energy targets needs more land because the available land is not enough to achieve the targets. And I mean the available land in terms of regulatory constraints, environmental constraints, and other constraints that each European country's regulatory scheme imposes, which means that we need to try and expand the energy borders of Europe. And I think that's the importance of the electrical interconnection project that our group conceived almost 16 years ago. And now the recent developments of the market have proved its importance and significance, not only for Greece, but for the whole of our region. GREGI, which is the name of project, which aims to transfer 3,000 megawatts of pure green energy from Egypt to Greece and part of it to neighboring EU countries, exactly addresses the issue of how we can accelerate the achievement of our green transition goals. And obviously, besides the clear energy-related and environmental benefits that bringing 3,000 megawatts to European Union, there are also important social, economic, financial, and geopolitical benefits. For example, a DC interconnection like GREGI will bring 3,000 megawatts of energy with a profile that will be close to base load profile, in the sense that we'll have almost a constant flow of green energy, which is not the same as having solar or wind parks in Greece. So that brings stability and security to the Greek system and the European system, of course. It presents an enormous opportunity for new jobs, direct and indirect jobs, and also new business opportunities. We also, by implementing Greek interconnection, will achieve market integration, which means lower prices for the consumers and the Greek industry, which is an enormous benefit for us. And obvious, such an interconnection will bring very important geopolitical benefit to Greece by strengthening our sovereign rights and by increasing national security. Greece is a lucky country, not only because we have excellent sun radiation and excellent wind characteristics, but also proximity to a country like Egypt, which possesses an abundance of flat land, a land suitable for renewable energy projects because of the very strong wind and excellent sun radiation. And of course, all this is backed by the extroverted policy of the government to support such investments of renewable projects in Egypt, and of course, export them to Greece and via Greece to Europe. So I believe that GREGI forms a cornerstone for the creation of green energy corridors linking essentially two continents, Africa and Europe, and a cornerstone for the creation of corridors linking north to south, which is the expressed policy of the European Union. As a group, we also have a complementary project for creating up to 9.5 gigawatts of wind and solar in Egypt, exactly for making sure that green energy will be there to feed into the cable and maximize its utilization. So we understand that the name of the game for the next decade, besides obvious energy storage, is interconnections and international interconnections that achieve exactly that. Integration of the market, energy differentiation and security of energy supply, and all of this to the benefit of the market and, of course, the final consumer. So it's important that such interconnections are realized, and this is what we're trying to do by accelerating its development. And now we have published a tender for the final studies to be performed, aiming to proceed with its development until we have a target for COD 2030. and we're working towards it.
Excellent, thank you. Just tell us a little bit more about what's at the Egyptian end of the wire. You mentioned that it will be virtually baseload quality energy coming up through the interconnection. What's the infrastructure at the Egyptian end?
The Greek interconnection obviously involves mainly submarine cable linking the two, let's say, coasts, Egypt and Greece. Now, Egypt, on one hand, is investing in updating their infrastructure, but also we are planning to see how we can implement direct interconnection with the plants that we're going to construct in order to feed in the
right. And the Egyptian generation is a combination of solar and wind.
Yes, and actually today there is, even today in the Egyptian, let's say, grid, quite a substantial amount of capacity. So this will not be an issue from the Egyptian side.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then to Mr. Stefatos, CEO at Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company. Your thoughts, please.
Yes, hello. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me here. The clout and longevity of this event is remarkable, so I'm really happy to be with you. It's very interesting to be in a panel like this with experts and people who have dedicated their lives in making the energy transition a reality. I would particularly like to thank Minister Zduku. We have been working very closely, and she has been instrumental behind the transformation of our company to be more than what used to be, which was the exploration and production of hydrocarbons, into a more diversified energy state company. Now, on what it was previously said, I would just like to emphasize on the fact that Greece is one of the leading examples in the world in terms of penetration of renewable energy into our energy system. If I'm not mistaken, last year we had 40%, 41% of renewables into the system. We are we are twice as much as the European average and way above the global. Now, one of the challenges of this success of Greece is the space. The renewables require extensive areas. And Greece is not, we do not enjoy vast areas that we can develop that. So we have recognized that one of the problems is that we may be at some point reaching capacity limits in terms of deploying the solar panels and the wind turbines. And of course, that led us obviously to where can we go next, and this is the offshore sector, a sector that has not been utilized for many years, and a sector that gives a remarkable competitive advantage to our country. Whoever has looked at the Global Wind Atlas will see that we have the best wind energy potential in most of the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea, and the surroundings. So this has been a priority, and I am really proud to have been given the responsibility to develop the national plan. The draft of the plan was presented last year, and today we have concluded the public consultation. We have done all the necessary studies. We listened to the consultation. We addressed certain elements that were raised, and my understanding is that we are a few weeks from the conclusion of it. It has been returned to divisions in the ministry, so we're now waiting these final steps that we have it formal. And I'm very optimistic that we will continue to enjoy the acceptance from the industry and the investors. So we will see progress in that field hopefully very soon. But while we are waiting on that, we are also taking steps towards preparing for the data acquisition in order to accelerate the next steps. So rest assured that the delay that some have observed is not an actual delay. We will accelerate and catch up with time.
Now, having said that again, and what I wanted to convey is a very positive message that Greece will continue to grow on the renewable sector, and I think we can be very proud of it, and we will continue to be proud of it as we go forward. Greece is also looking at the world and the risks involved, and one of the risks that we have all learned in the hard way, I suppose, is that a threat to the energy transition is actually the energy security and the affordability of the energy. And these two things usually go together. Once you have energy security problems, then the prices go rocket high, and then the public and the people face a challenge with their electricity bills. So in order to, and also recognizing, as previously said, that there is some way to go in order to solve these storage challenges, in order to expand and electrify further our energy systems. We see that there is going to be a long transition period, and for that reason, it was said earlier, Greece has taken significant steps by increasing significantly our capacity to receive LNG and distribute into the country, but also into our neighboring countries. But we are also working on the exploration front. At a time where a lot of people thought it may be a lost cause or a bit out of date activity, no, we see that there is a significant opportunity for Greece, if the exploration efforts prove successful, to contribute with gas reserves into the much needed European market. But only not European market. We should always, we usually look at the most mature markets, and of course the market that pays a premium to the prices, but there is also Africa that we should never forget. Africa is growing and will continue to grow, and there the electrification will follow behind. So we see that there are a lot of possibilities for distributing potential gas that we can discover. Now, on that front, I am particularly happy and satisfied with the progress that we have achieved over the last years. I think for our country is a remarkable pace. And the fact is that the more data we collect, the better we understand an area that has been very difficult in the past, and that was one of the reasons why a lot of the companies avoided it. From the information we have today, I would say I am more than optimistic that there are good chances for us of discovering significant reserves, and that I think the market will show further interest. So we will see other important players paying attention to what is happening here and hopefully join our efforts in order to progress that further. And before closing my opening statement, I would also like to point out that we have also done some good progress on the CCS front. The carbon capture and storage is something that we should be also proud as a country. We rank second just after Germany in the amounts of funds we have secured through the European Innovation Fund. We have secured funding for capturing more than 3.5 million tons per year. And our company, who's responsible for the permitting and authorizing the underground storage of CO2, we have received now the first application for such operations in the depleted oil fields of Prinos. So, and this is only the second such project in the Mediterranean. So I think there is a lot of good work. I'm not sure if it's really understood because of all the things happening. Sometimes we may be forgetting some of these really big achievements. And I would like to share them with you because these are, they do not go unnoticed in the European Union as well. So we've been participating experts group in Brussels, and we have received praise for that. So I'm really happy to share this information with you.
Thank you. You mentioned the longevity of this event, and one of the pleasures of being able to come back year after year is that we see the dynamic, we see things, and also we get to hold people to account. So next year, we'll make sure that you're still on target. Mr. Sardelas, your thoughts, please.
First of all, let me congratulate the organizers, the Economist, and thank you for being invited again this year in this prestigious forum and have the opportunity to share some thoughts on this crucial topic. Not very long ago, back in October last year, I noted here that there are good news regarding the 2030 target, in agreement with all other in present. The good news continue. The figures confirm our country's steady commitment for a gradual zero-emission economy. Let me drop some numbers here. According to the Green Tank, during January 2024, renewables production set again a record. Specifically, renewables had the second highest historical monthly production in January 2024, almost repeating the absolute record of August 2023. We're talking about that production reached 2,207 gigawatt hours, when in August 2023 it stood at 2,254, so very close. At the same time, renewables production approached approximately 50% of demand coverage within the first 2 months of 2024, which together with hydroelectric plants exceeded 55%. The above statistics indicate that renewables penetration in the domestic energy mixture is absolutely on the target. The above achievements regarding the penetration of renewables are accompanied by a parallel decrease in dependence on fossil fuels. Within the first 2 months of 2024, renewables production exceeded fossil gas and lignite by 762 gigawatt hours. This is an increase of 337 gigawatt hours compared to the first 2 months of 2023. According to this year's World Economic Forum report, our country ranks 37th between 120 countries. However, at global level, the green transition faces a slowdown, mainly due to the geopolitical developments and the uncertainties they entail. As far as Greece is concerned, the World Economic Forum recognizes the political commitment for green transition as well as the efficiency of our regulatory framework. Nevertheless, I would like to stress that the way to the ultimate green transition goal within the next years is not without certain challenges that I would like to very shortly mention. First, it's the matter of curtailments. This has been mentioned in the previous panel as well. And recalling my presence here back in October, I tried to highlight also the importance of energy infrastructure adequacy. For example, according to recent AVMIE, the transmission operator data, 40 gigawatts of renewables are already in operation. 21 gigawatts have already received grid connection offer. So by a rough estimation, excuse me, until 2030, the installed capacity will have exceeded 35 gigawatts, which further translates into an approximately production capacity between 65 and 70 terawatt hours. Today's demand is approximately 49.5 terawatt hours. At the same time, during 2023, almost 228 gigawatt hours were ejected from the system. In addition, the recent rearrangement of the priorities regime in order to promote industrial PPAs, combined with the zero negative prices to wholesale market, this has been referred by other fellow speakers, especially during periods where supply outstrips demand, present a challenge. In addition, recent law 5106 introduced the possibility of imposing further injection restrictions. Without going into an analysis of curtailments and related individual and technical and legal issues, I understand that we're now at a transitional stage as a secondary legislation, a ministerial decision is anticipated to further determine technical and other aspects. Mrs. Dugu can enlighten us on that. I think it's important to mention just a couple of points. This new reality, curtailments combined with zero negative prices, seems to considerably affect especially small and medium and non-vertically integrated producers, especially in relation to financing. According to certain forecasts, new financings may be reduced even up to a significant 30%. Financing institutions, in order to mitigate and safeguard the bankability of the projects, shall inevitably, if
they already do it, but they will keep on increasing that, increase the eligibility criteria of new producers and projects to be financed. For example, they will require even more higher equity participation, higher debt service and coverage ratios, more securities, and this will be required even more as projects going for financing. On the basis of past and recent experience, as a lender's legal advisor, let me say that now, even more than in the past, it needs adaptability and innovative thinking out of the box to reach a delicate balance, especially in cases of non-recourse project financing. These considerations must also be taken into account in respect of the attraction of foreign investments in renewables and clean energy projects. Therefore, having said the above, I would conclude that it is a matter of first priority, firstly, to continue ensuring significant investments for expansion and increase of the grid capacity. Secondly, promote interconnection and storage. And last but not least, we need to timely complete the framework of new curtailments on the basis of the relevant EU legislation requirements and the principles of transparency, proportionality, and non-discretions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Well, let me come back to the Deputy Minister. I don't think we should conclude this panel without addressing one of the big issues that's been floating around in the room over the last couple of days, which is the European elections and this moment of transition, if you like, in personnel in the hierarchy of the European organizations. How is that affecting Greece's plans in this area? What are your reflections?
It does not affect at all. I understand that there are many concerns about the outcome of European elections, but let's not forget that the mainstream political parties still have the majority in the European Parliament. And I think that this election won't ultimately change the stance we had so far about the need to tackle climate crisis, because flooding, droughts, and all these will exist and will continue to be here. And every summer we say that we have a hot summer, but this is colder than the next summer. So every year things might get worse. And I think that we should not carry away from the action that we should continue to undertake, all governments. So Greece will continue to be committed to its targets. I don't think that there will be delays on the Green Deal. Maybe there will be, I don't know, a more complexity of discussing new things, add new policies in the European Union. But as far as what we have agreed so far and what we have committed so far, I don't think that anybody within the European Union will backward. So from me, I think that from my side, I think that we should continue taking action, because this is what citizens, European citizens, expect from us. They expect from us to deliver an outcome. They expect from us to resolve their problems of having high electricity bills. They expect from us to understand what is this impact from the green transition in their lives. Still, they don't get it because we keep on saying that how good it is to have, renewables from an environmental point of view, from an economic point of view, but still they don't see this impact in their pockets. So we have to continue working towards that direction. How that? By implementing all the policies we have set. In Greece, we have a quite robust, I would say, national energy and climate plan. We know where we want to get by 2030, by 2040. Of course, things are changing. The energy sector is changing. The world is changing. I mean, when you have long-term plans, you don't know where ultimately how these result. But given that we have a roadmap of what we need to do in Greece with all these things that we have discussed, interconnections, implementing of clean technologies, trying hydrogen, trying biomethane or other solutions, I'm quite confident that the industry outside knows about these solutions and they care about that. So they want to see a government that is aligned, that is next to them to help them actually do their investments. So, and this is what we will continue do under the leadership of Prime Minister, who loves this green agenda, who keeps on pushing us by implementing the measures and the policies, and this is what we will continue to do.
Okay, you had a...
If I may, I just would like to recognize Minister Stuku for kind of drawing back the lens again, and probably the reason why we've been put on this panel together really is so many of the parallels between the approach and the vision that Greece has and California's, both in terms of early adoption of wind and solar, in terms of the commitment to continuing to move forward to reach those goals, but also, as you so articulately said, the extraordinary consequences of doing nothing in the face of the catastrophic impacts of a warming climate. But I would like to just underscore one more thing, which isn't just California, but goes across the United States, and that is that in the Biden administration, the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act as well as the Infrastructure Act has resulted in what we fondly refer to in California as a $1 trillion wall of money coming at the private sector for partnership in innovation and combating climate change. And one of the things we often hear is, well, what if there is a change in leadership? It is not anticipated that the IRA opportunities are going to go away, and there's actually no cap on how much money can be allocated because it's all based project by project. So, so again, in these turbulent times, spiraling through the conflicts in search of opportunity, I do hope that even confronting the realities which we've heard about of the fact that it is a transition and we are not there yet, but that certainly with the University of California, with the innovation infrastructure of California, there is tremendous opportunity. And I wasn't just talking about Greek investors, I'm talking about internationally, but I do think that we are so aligned in so many ways, Madam Minister, that I really do appreciate your perspective in being here with you and of course, everyone on the panel.
I wanted to stick with you for a second because I just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell us a bit more about, I mean, I'm fascinated by this intermittency problem in renewable energy and the centrality, therefore, of storage. We've talked here about interconnection, which is central as well. But I know California has made strides when it comes to, particularly battery storage. So perhaps you could just...
That's true. So very briefly, we've increased the amount of battery storage in California by 1,250% since Gavin Newsom was elected, because what we recognized is that with the solar and the wind that we had, and we're the #1 generator of solar in the country, that even without adding an additional solar panel or windmill, by having battery storage, we were able to significantly leverage the infrastructure that already existed. Last summer, we had a heat dome. By any other time, we would have had massive blackouts in the state. It was entirely avoided because of the ramping up of battery storage. But most of that capability was purchased from overseas and installed. So a big part, again, of the IRA is investing in those manufacturing capabilities right in the United States for battery infrastructure. But innovation is a big part of this. The cost associated with all of this, even though it is constantly coming down, it is still very high. So we have a project in a place called the Salton Sea for lithium extraction, which the process is the cleanest and most innovative lithium extraction that anyone has done anywhere in the world. We've got partnerships with Japan on the technology to do it. But I spent a lot of time at our UC campuses, and I think maybe that to me is the most impactful, is when you meet young people and they are so committed to making a career out of being in the innovation space, because innovation is going on every single day. More ideas, more funding for research in these areas, in order to, again, go back to the point that I made at the very beginning, which is that if we are truly going to be able to transition to green energy and away from the devastating environmental impacts and human impacts of the use and burning of fossil fuels, we are at a phase now where it is all about scale.
Okay. I want to put a question to you, and then I finally, very briefly, I want to open it up to our other panelists. And this is, I mean, you speak very confidently about the commitment of the government, your government, to the green transition. You speak about how, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but how really there isn't a choice. The costs are so high. But there's no question, when you look around Europe in particular, perhaps in the States in the future, that there is a shift in tone in the public response. There's a battle going on for the hearts and minds, if you like, of the European public. There's a party in my country who I won't name because I don't like the feeling in my mouth of their name, but whose platform on this is that it all should be scrapped, that it's an unnecessary expense being imposed on voters by a bunch of lefty hippies. And these people are taken seriously in many quarters. So how do you approach that? Do you recognize that that's happening? And is it something that makes you think about your plans in a different way?
That's a very interesting question. I also heard last night Enrico Letta commenting on that what we have failed in the Green Deal was to explain to citizens, farmers, for example, or other stakeholders, who will take the burden, the financial burden of that. And they left with the impression that European Union leaders, all of a sudden, they decided of something, and ultimately it's us, the citizens, who take this burden, and that's why we saw reactions like that. I commented on that. I have no doubt about, the steady progress that we need to make, the consistency, even sometimes the disruptive, I think, ideas that we need also to take into account as we are working towards the Green Deal. But there are two things that concern me. First is, as I was hearing Ellen, is the deindustrialization that is happening within Europe. I think here we have failed in the previous years to do something other than realizing the problem, other than putting it on the table with words rather than actions, to help European industry to be more competitive, more productive, to provide them with incentives to keep manufacturing within Europe in all what we are talking about clean tech. We might have missed this opportunity already in some kind of technologies like solar panels or I don't know, but still there is an opportunity, and we should grab this opportunity, and we should be more vocal, I think, this time within the discussions within Europe of how we will help European industry to be more productive and competitive. The other thing, Alistair, correct, is the cost. For the Green Deal and the Repower EU, I think we need around 620 billion every year to accomplish it until 2030. And the money we have so far from European funding, from the Recovery Fund, from here and there, other small European resources or state budgets, is just a drop in the ocean. So it's not enough. I understand, we all understand that we need to leverage and combine public spending, public funding with private funding, but still we lack, I think, a little bit of how we will accomplish these targets with existing resources. And this is, I think, another exercise that the European Union should put on the table again under this new tenure to see what other possibilities we have. Because if we need to test new technologies in offshore, in hydrogen, in batteries, in other things, we will definitely need help. Otherwise, state budgets are not enough. And given the fact that more and more often we see floods and droughts that need from the state budgets to take money and allocate them, reallocate them on other existential things, how you will restore whole areas to meet the basic needs, then you know, meeting the climate targets might become a luxury when there are more existential things to deal with. I don't know how this discussion will, you know, continue in the next European Parliament, but I think this is something that we should take as a priority.
Well, we'll come back and talk about it next year, no doubt.
Right.
I want to move to our final three panelists, 30 seconds each, because everybody's gagging for coffee. So you first, please.
Well, I think the Deputy Minister is right that we need a very careful selection of tools from the European Union to combine both the EU funds with private funds towards the covering of costs for the necessary green transition. Of course, from the other side of the coin, we need to understand, and the society needs to understand, that today the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy. And also the way, as I have explained, that international interconnections, like one example is the Gregi project for our region, that can take opportunity from other sources for even cheaper green energy, and even more creation of additional jobs and business opportunities. This can counterbalance on the long run the cost and, of course, the earnings to society, because this is, at the end of the day, what we should aim. And I believe that with the importance of interconnection for achieving market integration is that the consumer, both industries and private consumer, will enjoy even more cheaper green energy, which is important.
Okay.
And I think at the end of the day, obviously, EU has to do that, but we must not lose the momentum. And time is crucial so that everybody can implement all the visionary projects that we have, because I think time is most important. So the faster we coordinate all these activities, the better for everybody.
Mr. Strivatos.
Yes, well, what I could say is that retrospectively, you can always find mistakes and rooms for improvement. So when it comes to the goal, I'm thinking of my children and I'm saying, no, absolutely not. We should continue, stay on course and do that. Now, having said that, in my opinion, we should not see it as a 100-meter race, more like a marathon. And we should make sure that we preserve energy in order to complete the marathon, because the destination is the goal, is reaching that destination. In that respect, and again, I will emphasize, my concern is that so far it has been the governments who have been pushing this, state budgets. I think more and more of the private money should come into the equation. They have the fiscal discipline, they can understand the timelines, and they can help on the execution phase. So in that respect, I hope and I'm sure we will see some adjustments. And again, preserve energy, maintain alternatives. We need to reach the end goal. Thank you.
Notice your final thoughts.
My personal view is that historically there are always reactions to everything, but if we want to keep it to a minimum and not see it blowing out of proportions, I think it's, first of all, a plan that the government believes in. Secondly, an education of that plan to the people and incentives. Thirdly, clear rules and commitment to implementation.
Excellent. Well, we have a coffee break now, you'll be very pleased to hear. But before you all disappear, please join me in thanking our excellent panel. Thank you. Of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to please take your seats, and we're going to get our next session, our technology session, underway. So please, yes, come into the room, take your seats, and we'll get started. Thank you very much. I'm giving you 1 minute to take your seats. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We're moving on now to a session entitled How is Technology Transforming Governments and Business? New Horizons, New Challenges. What are the next steps? I'm going to ask all our speakers to join me on the stage now, one by one. First of all, I'm delighted to invite the Minister of Digital Governance of Greece, Dimitris Papasteriou. Please join me on the stage. Welcome, Minister. Welcome. Oops, sorry. Next up, we've got Dumitru Alaiba, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Economic Development and Digitalization of the Republic of Moldova. Welcome. Unfortunately, Valeria Ionan, who is the Deputy Minister for Euro Integration at the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine, was supposed to join by connection, but something urgent has come up. She won't be able to join us. We have a great panel of business leaders, because we're really talking about how governments and business can lead the way in this transformation. So let me invite Ivona Sikora, Senior Vice President and General Manager, EMEA, Iron Mountain. Lovely to see you again, Ivona. Thank you. Nikos Maniatis, General Manager, Greece and Cyprus for IBM. Welcome. Fotis Konstantelos, CEO of Ambient Services. Welcome. And John Yaouroulas, Non-Executive Director of XCOMBX. Welcome. Okay, the format of the session. We have an hour for this session. I'm going to ask our speakers who are going to make some opening remarks, just focusing on some of the key issues from their point of view. Ask you to be short, and then we can have more time for an more informal discussion afterwards. So I'm handing straight over to you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. I'll try to be brief in the 5 minutes I was given. This period is exceptionally critical and interesting for whatever we do in our governments with regard to technology and, of course, with AI. It is an issue that it is discussed everywhere. In all conferences, we have AI involved because it is here to change things in the Greek government. Since 2019, following the vision of the Prime Minister, we started an effort to show that there is an alternative, the alternative of a public sector that can be fast, effective, that can, thanks to technology, bring back trust of the citizens to the state and public sector. We moved fast, and it was accelerated because of the pandemic. Citizens in Greece now know that quite possibly what they ask is digitized and get it without having to visit any services. Of course, we have people say that you digitized things, and a lot complain that, okay, you digitized bureaucracy as well. We did that fast because we wanted to break the silos of public sector and make things easier. Now we are on our way to abolish certain procedures, to decrease bureaucracy, to have transportation of data. This data set already exists in the state, so we want the consensus of the citizen to use it between services. What else do we do in Greece? Infrastructure. We had the wallet run, but we have some fixed infrastructure lagging behind. We are running fast right now to cover this ground with ultra-band broadband, with 2 vouchers. We want to prepare optic fibers and we want with alternative platforms to cover and exceed the EU average. What we cannot find easily, what we cannot cover on the ground this very moment, we can find it from the third dimension. Yesterday, it was signed in here one important contract, the new program of satellite agreement, so Greece will have its own eyes in space to use information for the weather, urban planning, for a huge number of data. We download it from satellites passing by. Now we will have our own satellites to get this data. In justice, we digitized things. 1.6 million texts, documents will be digitized that will allow us to accelerate. Our vision is to bring all the state services on our mobile of the citizens to facilitate them, and we want to create an effective state supporting citizens, because we must not forget that climate crisis is ante portas. We have experienced that, so all our energies, all our actions needed to include energy and have a human point of view.
Your time, that's great start, and very interesting content too. So Deputy Prime Minister Leiber, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, and really building on what my colleague here, Minister, said. As governments, we regard technology and the opportunities of digitalization as really a chance to completely transform really the way that the government is perceived by the people, by the entrepreneurs, and to completely change this interaction. And I mean, that's what it's really about, because it's not only, and you know, for Moldova, a country that still needs to catch up when it comes to economic development, we see digitalization as an opportunity to really leapfrog. Because if, for example, Estonia can save up to 2% of GDP thanks to digitalization, then this is something to keep in mind. If you want to jump faster, if you want to accelerate your growth, then efficiency is a resource that is, well, virtually infinite. It can never be fast enough or cheap enough or easy enough. So there is always opportunities to improve. That is why, for a developing country, what we want to say is that one does not have to be an advanced economy to embrace digitalization. You really can take the opportunities of technology and converge with your living standards and really offer your people and your economy a better experience. Because in essence, a government is the biggest service provider in any country. And when you go to a bank, or when you go to a restaurant, or when you go to a hotel like this beautiful venue that we are in, you expect the highest quality of service. So when the citizen is coming to a public office requesting for a service, they are entitled to the highest quality of service, because they are really our customers in this situation. That is why it's also an opportunity to build trust, mutual trust between the people and the government, and it's an opportunity to ultimately invest in democracy. The opportunities of transparency, of e-democracy are also not to be neglected, because you can build a digital democracy, and also you can build a digital dictatorship, and we see that already. So it's important to get it right. That is, our vision. That is why we have moved really fast. So compared to last year, when we had around 30% of public services available online, only less than a year later, we already have 60%, and we're going to all 100%. And moreover, the message that is being sent, especially by the entrepreneurs, those who are seeing directly the opportunities, is very strong and convincing, because 80% right now in the first quarter of 2024, 80% of interaction between entrepreneurs and the government is already in digital form. That is suggesting that actually, as governments were lagging behind, the people really prefer it, they like it, they use it. So with 60% of services available, 80% of all interaction in the first quarter was online. So it is possible, and moreover, it is suggested and requested by our people. And being in the 21st century, it's it's not the time where you have to queue for a service and see and confront these grumpy civil servants that sometimes, let's face it, in emerging economies, the problem of corruption is also persistent. So it's an opportunity to also cut corruption. And the state in a phase in a period that we are in should be invisible but present and available 24/7 right here, in a mobile phone. Not in Estonia, again, sorry for repeating about Estonia, but people don't have a clue already where is the office of the customs or of the tax office or of the food safety and so on. So it is possible. It is possible with relatively modest investments, because it's also good economics, and it's a good return for our funds that we are investing, and we are moving very fast ahead exactly in order to catch up. Because again, efficiency is a resource that we can value much more for the economy.
Thanks, both of you. Before we move on to business panel, just to, I was very struck by the emphasis that you put on the contribution that digitalization can make to democracy and to overcoming this trust deficit, if we want to call it that we've witnessed in many Western democracies in recent years. And in general, that is a problem confronting government. So it's, that was really striking. So I just wanted to ask both of you if you can give me some, a couple of practical examples, of what your governments have done in terms of improving, the efficiency of services and transparency, and yes, in terms of tackling corruption and grey economy and so on. Just a few, success stories. It'd be nice to hear from both of you. The two of you, yes.
I would say that what my dear friend just break down in pieces. How can we tackle misinformation, which is a huge threat for democracy? We're talking about misinformation coming from abroad and domestically produced one. There has been a tender on how to, let's say, put together all the news about our country as discussed abroad. That was one thing we discussed. Another thing we also have to tackle, and it's also an issue of democracy and equitable access to digital services, has to do with the DSA. So how do we actually structure a government, a state, where every citizen can have equitable access, express their views, if challenged, he or she will be able to claim his or her rights. So we have to build those structures as depicted by the European Union or stipulated by the European Union so that the citizens can easily navigate in this digital landscape. Transparency. I think it's quite clear that the more technology we add, the more checks and balances we introduce, the more the human factor is sidelined from, let's say, tendering procedures. So as a result, transparency is enhanced. So what do we need? We need standardized procedures so that no human may intervene and mingle with it. What I want to say is that transparency is a daughter, corruption is a daughter of bureaucracy. So the more checks and the more procedures you introduce, the more you will be victim of human intervention.
For Minister Alibo, if you can also say something about how you bring the whole population into this digital age, because obviously for younger generations this is just a natural now, but is there a generational divide? You know, how do you bring the whole population into this digital age to take advantage of this?
It is, I mean, it's a natural process that you have early adopters and you have those who you have to be more, let's say, proactive in including. But then again, if speak about entrepreneurs, 80% of the interaction is already online. So you could say that entrepreneurs are really our champions. When it comes to the general population, the numbers are still quite good, I would say. Every third interaction between a citizen and the government in Moldova is digital. Now, of course, you know, there is the urban-rural divide, there is the generational divide. This is a start. This is for us. I think it's quite a good starting point. And from here on, you have to invest in trust. People have to trust it. What's happening with my data? How safe is it? How safe am I? And so on. And this is a process. I mean, this is something that you really have to keep pushing and keep promoting. It's a never-ending process. Only then you will have a 100% digital state, but it is possible. And again, we see more and more countries that really are showing, especially small countries with compact populations, are suggesting that their experience is suggesting that it is very much possible. It takes maybe a decade all in all, because the generational gap is not so big and people are quite used to technology already compared to 20 years ago. Now coming back to how we strengthen democracy, really just to fully agree with my colleague, Mr. Minister. Corruption goes hand in hand with bureaucracy, and in the end, when these two are like this, then the trust of the people is suffering. We lose touch with the population, and in the society you have the ever-growing feeling that this government is not working in my best interest. That is why investing in cutting corruption like really mercilessly. And only last year we've cut bureaucracy worth at least 0.5% of the GDP in Moldova. And we've doubled the number of digital services, and we've almost doubled the number of the digital uptake, really. And again, this is an investment in our relationship, in the trust with the people. Ultimately, protecting and upholding democracy, because people see the difference. You know, they remember that 1 year ago you had to travel for 2 hours somewhere and request a stupid stamp, I'm sorry for being too frank, and now you can do it in 2 clicks, within 2 seconds, having your coffee. And this is suggesting something. And transparency is really the cheapest way, the cheapest method to make everyone in the society a watchdog of the government. And speaking about checks and balances, this is what really it's about. When you know that everything is out there, then any decision maker will be much more responsible in front of their constituents. And this is ultimately, you know, feeding this virtuous circle in really strengthening democracy.
Thanks. Okay, so we've had very strong case for how this technological revolution can be transformational for government and its relationship with citizens. So let's hear the business perspective, and we've got you know, some key leaders in this field on the panel with us. So let's start with you, Ivona Sikora in Mountain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I would like to kind of talk a little bit about the data, because data, we know for many, many years is called as a new oil. But as the new technology is developing, we are creating more and more data. In 2023, 120 million zettabytes of data was created. It is 90% of the last 10 years. So it's really kind of, it's like exponential growth. And what is the most important, how can we use the data? We just heard, it's like you can digitize, but it's like doing it in a right way. So also the development of the technology is actually helping to enrich the data, to manage the data, structure the data. And it's not about kind of also creating a digital front door where, for example, citizens or customers can reach out to enterprise or a government through the digital door, but it's also what's happening behind this door. You know, so it's all about how your data are being structured. Can I easily use it? Can I automate the processes? And you can only automate the processes if data are properly structured. And then you can apply the technology like robotic process automation. So as both ministers mentioned, it's kind of eliminating that human element. You can actually automate the process and create a full transparency. So right now, with the new technology, the large language models are actually helping to, you know, almost talk to your data. So, you know, just giving an examples with the contracts, instead of just today, lawyers have to go through the contracts. Actually, with the large language models, you can start asking the questions in a different language even, and you get the extraction, you know, of what's in the documents related to your question. So we're calling it talking to your data, which is kind of very powerful, and we have never had that before, the generative AI. And the great examples is also with the governments as we're working is that there is a much bigger openness for using AI. And we have a great example here in Greece with EFK, where we started the project of digitizing a patient files, and we used the AI technology to extract the data that really kind of accelerated the project by 3.5 times, not, you know, 100% or 3.5 times. So, you know, the purpose of the institution is really to accelerate the payouts of the pensions to the citizens. So for the government, it's extremely important to provide the best value for the citizens. So, the technology is giving us a lot of benefits, but it's also, when we think about how much data is being created and how much space is being used for that data, it's also kind of sustainably, structuring this data and, removing what's not needed. It's also important because we should not be storing what should not be stored, because it's also causing some of the information security risks going forward.
That's great, Yvonne, and yeah, I like that, talking to your data. It's a good phrase. I'm going to take each of the business panelists and then I'm going to come back to all of you with some questions. So next up we have Nikos Maniatis from IBM. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation from my side. And the topic of the panel was well represented in previous panels. I heard yesterday ministers of different portfolios talking about artificial intelligence. I heard Admiral Stavridis from the investment company pitching about the priorities of NATO and how they should focus on artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. We are already working with them to increase the security posture around vulnerabilities and asset management. So, I mean, Minister Papastergiou in Greece, we are all aware of how, successful we have been as a country in adopting this kind of new transformative technologies so that we get better citizen services. The applications mentioned, there was a very strong collaboration between the government and the private sector to allow this, let's say, complexity to be moved out of the citizen so that the citizen feels very free by using technology. My Health App is one of the examples mentioned. Also, our businesses locally are doing pretty good. According to a recent study of the Federation of our businesses, SEV, we have done great steps to go close to the European average. We have matured 5 times faster than the European average in terms of small business, let's say. So we are pretty good, right? And there is a big opportunity in front of us. AI opportunity, according to McKinsey study, it will unlock around 4.4 trillion of value annually just from one technology. And AI, other generations have already witnessed how technology transforms societies, like electricity, steam engine, internet. This generation is around artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence will be the best, let's say, assistant of the humankind to become more free in order to focus on the high-level capabilities of the human being. And AI will take away all the repetitive, boring tasks, and will also solve, together with possibly quantum technology that is coming very soon into our play again, solve complex problems that could not have solved in the past. Right, so my main point from today's session is that great power, of course, comes with great responsibility. So we need to be sure that we, as companies and as governments, we use the technology only for the good part of the capabilities that it provides, and we isolate the bad use. And another point that I want to link with Ivona's point about data, most of, let's say, the models that are currently represented in AI public responsibilities is based on public internet data. Only a very few percentage of enterprise data is represented in these models, and we believe that the future of AI and the future of technology is open. We need to be sure that the models we use are transparent so that we can trust our most valuable asset as governments and enterprises to these base models so that we can generate a real competitive advantage out of the public data as well as our own data. In order to be competitive, and Enrico Letta yesterday talked about the 5th pillar, let's say, of the single market, which was innovation, right? In order to be innovative and really differentiate, we need to have AI that is trained on our data, but with models that are trusted and open. So I will rephrase, let's say, the topic of the discussion to a challenge. The challenge, I believe, for technology adoption, transformation going forward is whether we will be able, as enterprises, as governments, to use technology as a value creator, or we'll just remain technology consumers.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Fotis Konstantelos from Ambient Services.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the initiative and the opportunity. First of all, I will start from describing what transformation and where we stand up to now and why we have this challenge. What has changed up to now? What has changed is, first of all, the availability of the different technologies. And technology is there. It has gone right down to the business user. And the new challenge now is how we are facing with that speed, because technology is speed. And the biggest challenge is to control this speed. How do we control the speed? We control the speed by monitoring. And what we are monitoring is the data. So the new challenges, the new era, the new facts is that we have to treat technology as a service. It's very, very important. And in order to have answers, because the selections are there, the different platforms, the applications, the automations, the AI, the machine learning, all those words that we are mentioning are there. But how do we select? How do we apply that technology to different businesses? How do we apply to the government, to the governments? The biggest challenge in governments is the service delivery to the end citizen. The citizen now more than ever demands the speed, that kind of speed. And the government needs to control this data. We believe that there is a lot of work to be done, and there is a lot of convergence now between businesses and governments. They have the same, we are facing the same challenges because it has gone down to the user level. So how do we tackle those transformations? We have the service level that we have to challenge, we have to implement. That has to be done with partnerships. Partnerships with big vendors, partnerships between technology companies. And we have to go down to the analysis. Principles are the same for whatever we're doing are the same. So we have to be very, very careful how we analyze. We have to increase the speed of the analysis to each user, not by the same methods that we have done up to now. Up to now, we have IT departments, we have business analysts that belong to the IT departments, or they belong to the business departments, so there is a misalignment there. We have to treat that misalignment. We have to be fast. We have to deliver fast analysis for the end user. That's the new challenge. So coming back to this transformation, we have to address the speed by, as I said, by data. Data scientists are more than important, more than necessary. Data scientists, not in the sense that we have recognized up to now, they have to be treated, they have to be trained on algorithms. The algorithms are becoming continuously under improvement. And what I'm trying to describe here is that this continuous integration and improvement has to be in the DNA that we are doing business. The opportunities are there. And we have to leave the space for this process to be changed. Digital transformation, we know that we're trying to have the plans implemented as much as possible, but sometimes we're losing the end game. The end game is that will not end. It's a continued process of integration and selection as the technology improves, as the solutions are improving. To give an example is that, okay, we talked about from the previous speakers about the AI and the machine learning and how we implement the machine learning. It's very important that we start applying those models, because the input within the company or within the government is giving the end user will also adapt the model. So it's very important to mature the models and to have this applied technology the sooner possible in order to have it mature.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, very clear messages there. And finally, over to you, John Yayourlas. How is this technology transformation affecting your business?
John, Nectaria, and Alistair, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this year's amazing event, I must say. And what is incredible is that since yesterday, and today, of course, I haven't heard a single panel without using the word technology. Either we speak about politics or environment or financial issues, the word technology is everywhere. So technology is our future and the future of our own kids. Technology is improving transparency, is improving sustainability, inclusivity, and other sectors of our everyday lives. And just imagine being in Africa, let's say, in a continent without having the opportunity or possibility to do banking. And through your mobile phone, you can make your transactions wherever you are, even in the middle of nowhere. And this is a real case example of a company that is thriving in Africa at the moment in the payment sector. I must say that yesterday's fireside talk between Prime Minister Mitsotakis and Enrico Letta amazed me. And they discussed about the exact thing that we should all be discussing at the moment, which is how we innovate Europe. And in my mind, I had a couple of things that I wanted to say. I said that to Enrico, and I think he agreed. He's not here, unfortunately, today. The first problem that we lack innovation is that there is no capital markets union, meaning that not every country in the European continent has the same opportunity in order to fund startups in Europe. That's why most of the startups are looking into the American market. The second is the heavy regulation that we are all facing. So you have America from the one side that they want to deregulate certain aspects of their own markets, either it's technology or financial services. And in Europe, we put new regulations, heavy regulations. We raise the costs to the top, and companies, especially new companies, cannot sustain. So these are the two major burdens in order to have more innovation in the European continent. Now, in Cyprus, the last years, the amazing thing is that 13% of our GDP comes from the technology sector. So first is the tourism sector, and now the second is technology. Our technology sector is growing from the bottom. We have all these new companies, young people that the Cyprus government has made possible to attract in Cyprus. I must say in the fintech sector, we have more than 300 companies working there, regulated by the Capital Markets Authority or the Bank of Cyprus. And this has improved also the mindset of the locals. Now, what I see in Greece is that the investments come from the top. So there are big investments in the technology sector. There are investments in the government, from the government side. But I don't see technology being produced here. And I want to close by giving some example of my own sector, which is the payment sector, and you will all understand how technology has changed everyone's life. We have now contactless payments, so you can just use a card or a mobile phone and have easily and secure a payment. We use mobile wallets like Apple Pay or Google Pay that makes everything easier. AI and machine learning. With AI, we will reduce the fraudulent activities by people who want to harm us. Blockchain technology, and of course, biometric authentication. That's it from me, and I hope I helped a bit. Thank you.
You did indeed. Thanks very much, John. Yeah, of course, Cyprus scores very highly in the Global Innovation Index, and yeah, 13% of GDP generated by the technology sector, you know, is testament to that. Well, thanks all of you for sticking to your time, which means we've got time for some discussion, and I'm aiming I have to finish by 12:50. I'm sure I want to come back to all of you on the business front, and then we'll come back to government, if that's okay, just to ask you a few questions. So everybody, I think, has emphasized the importance of cooperation between government and private sector. And Ivona, you mentioned one project that Iron Mountain was involved in, which, you know, is an illustration of that, this project with EFCA, which is, for those of you who don't know, that is the Social Security Agency of Greece. You said a little bit about that. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the project and, you know, the impact that that is having already on citizens of Greece in terms of the pension situation here?
So I would just say a few words, because we actually have an expert in the room. So first of all, what I wanted to kind of underline, the project was first structured to really use the manual input of data, and only kind of, you know, the drive from government and from the governor of EFCA was really kind of how do we use a new technology and AI for, you know, expediting the data extraction and data enrichment. But maybe, you know, if I can ask the government, Alexander Vavrelis, to say a little bit more, it will be a best testimony. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much. I think we have a microphone, and the governor of EFCA, Alexandros Vavaris. Yeah, maybe you can tell us how transformational this has been for the organization.
Should be working.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the kind invitation. As I can understand, I can speak until 12:50.
Yes.
Okay, so I will take the whole time. Okay?
Just a few minutes.
Okay, allow me to speak in Greek.
Firstly, I would like to warmly thank you for this really interesting session. Allow me to talk to you about the EFCA's digital transformation. It's not a joke, it's a reality. It has been the outcome of a huge effort made by us. Let me stick to a couple of phrases used by my dear friend Dimitris Papasteriou, who talked about infrastructure that we are currently building. So we are actually building the social security regime of the future. That was the first thing. And he also talked about bringing the state or the state services to a mobile phone. That's the second session, which we have to take out of this session. Both phrases have been extremely important and promising. In our case, EFCA, digitalizing the social security history and of citizens represents a pillar of our country's digital transformation, amongst other things that, for instance, which for some people might be self-evident, like having an internet connection or having a data storage system. So digitalizing our social security history is also a pillar for us. So currently in our organization, we have two big digitalization projects. One is the digitalization of our history backlog, of our social security backlog, funded by RRF. It has been launched recently. And the second project is the one funded by the NSRF, the one you discussed before. Both projects are quite pioneering in the sense that, A, we were the ones to design them, and they apply state-of-the-art technologies like AI and machine learning, something which was unconceivable for our country a few years ago. And allow me to say that I'm quite proud of having others carried along with me, dragged along with me, because they have to, which now have the proof, because our success rates have been very high. Of course, there is room for improvement. We are currently at the beginning of this process, so our algorithms will be trained, enriched, and will be more performing in the future. And the data quality we get shows that the outcome is quite positive. So the message we emit is a very promising one. We're moving forward. We're using state-of-the-art technologies. We make use of data intelligence processing, which was something unconceivable in the past. And allow me, of course, to thank Iron Mountain for the trustworthiness, for the speed and the expertise that they brought on the table, and of course their professionalism, along with Melon. This is our plan, and hopefully we're going to have great results in the future. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much. Just a question, I suppose it's a common question arising from what all of you said now for Nikos and Fotis and John. You know, in one way or another, all of you have talked about the necessity for business to integrate AI, cloud computing, cybersecurity, all these things. And I guess the big question is how should or how can businesses go about doing that? Is there a model? You know, what are the kind of, should there be a focus on use cases? You know, if you can say a little bit about that, what you have learned, and or give some guidance, that would be great.
Absolutely, yes. Just a very quick comment. Take some credit from the FK story, because some of the databases that run the pensions operate as part of G-Cloud on a very powerful IBM machine that really adds value, I think, to the whole process. So, congratulations for the FK use case. Let me just say a few words on this topic very quickly, because governments and enterprises are under a specific mission, as I mentioned earlier, to use base models and add their own data to represent their data to these models so that they can create the competitive advantage. These base models are like a vessel, right? And you need to use the appropriate vessel so that you accomplish this mission to become innovative and competitive. This vessel needs to be transparent so that you can see the ingredients that there are in there. It needs to be open so that you can know what data already exists so that you can be secure to add your own data. These base models that enterprises and governments are using needs to provide the commercial rights so that the insights provided by the new data representations are available to use for your own sake, for your own benefit, right? So they don't belong to someone else. And finally, they need to be indemnified. So you need to be sure that no one will claim for your, let's say, insight, their own IP on that. So many topics around this, but these 3 steps, from my point of view, needs to be mandated in order to start and accomplish your mission, which is innovation.
Great, thanks. Fotis, you really emphasize the need for evaluation, evaluating the technology and working out then what are the next steps. So maybe you can say a bit more about that.
Yes, thank you. We think that the models and the principles are the same, and more than before, it's very, I would say, current and very popular. The model that has been discussed more than 60 years ago, it's the PPT model, People, Process, and Technology. That model identifies all the elements and the checklist of being successful. By people, we have to keep training. The training is very, very important for the people. We have to see out of the box. For the processes, I think we have mentioned that the need is there for continuous analysis, and we have to capture more than ever very fast the new needs, and we have to minimize the life cycle of this process, of analyzing. And technology comes the third element, has to come as a service through partnerships and through continuous improvement and integration. At Ambient Services, we are very passionate and excited and proud of this model, and we continue to implement this model. And we believe just a few facts about the studies also, that the future outcomes as far as impacts are concerned. The biggest impact, of course, we can feel it, but through adaptation of the technology is through sales, marketing, and customer care. The second, and we have to identify and to have a very close look, is software engineering. And that's where it comes to the continuous improvement that I mentioned before.
Great, thank you. John?
So I think that there are two very simple things that someone should do to be able to integrate new technologies. First of all, and I think what you said it, is you need to have the right personnel. So you need to have the right people in your organization in order to be able to understand and adapt the new technologies. And I think that a very good example coming from the government side is the Society of Information. So the ministry had the basic staff that could understand and develop by themselves the technology, and it was very easy for them to be able to take out in the market GovGR, which is a great application, by the way. I live abroad, so I'm using it. Thank you for that. And the second thing is you need to be able to identify the right partner to help you through the process. A reliable partner can either take you to the top or put you in the grave. So these two things for me are the most important someone could use.
Thanks. I'm going to come back to the two ministers now to finish the session. And two questions, I guess, for you arising from what we've been discussing. One is, there is a real excitement around AI at the moment, a lot of hype maybe. Is there any reason that we should be skeptical about the possible gains in terms of productivity, in terms of delivery for citizens and so on? Is there any reason for caution or skepticism? And that's probably going to lead into the next sessions. We've got a part 1, part 2, and maybe a part 3 about AI. That's one. And the other thing is the role of governments together with industry and the tech sector in terms of upskilling and education, because obviously this has huge implications for the labor force in Greece, in Moldova, and everywhere. So what should governments be doing there and utilizing the tech sector in that endeavor too? That's my two questions.
Firstly, when it comes to AI, the role of the humans, and what is the limits, let me tell you that technology is always breaking grounds. I'm an electrical engineer, and I feel sometimes that technology does things that are so fancy, so amazing, it becomes better and better, so it becomes a part in our life more intensely. But how much technology can we stand? And what is the role of the humans in that? Especially in the context of using technology for governmental purposes, I think that clearly we have to identify what we do not want AI to do. And to this direction, we have the AI Act. that the European Union has already passed. So we have to identify the users can give added value, for instance, healthcare, justice. Currently, the Greek government runs 3 AI-enabled apps. One is the MyGov, in order to help citizens identify the right service he or she needs. We have 1,500 of them available. We have the My Greece for the tourists, and we have the My Calls. It's a brand new app. My Coast is an application for all the beaches, for the coasts, so we can identify where the coasts have been illegally, let's say, trespassed by organizations, etc. These are the 3 products, AI products we use. Actually, what we expect from technology is to give us the solutions, A, in healthcare. In this particular case, we have to work hard on the imaging applications or cancer-related studies. And the second area is justice. In Greece, we produce more legislation that we can consume. And as a result of that, administration of justice is quite slow. So we have to put a limit. AI is a very, very useful tool, like previous tools we have had in our lives, but we have to place the human factor at the center in order to try and always make humans' lives more easier. Now, talking about the labor market, I think that across Europe, we see that data change so fastly, like when the PC entered our life, or the internet when it entered our life. So there's always a concern, some fear. Will jobs be lost? What will we do? So we have to be a bit cautious, especially to the people, especially with respect to people above 60, close to the retirement age. So this is when the social dimension of the government has to intervene. And as for the younger ages, we have to upskill these young generations, and we always have to be, let's say, in line with the new technologies. Indeed, in Greece, we have a shortage of technical people. We have to upskill them, we have to reskill them, but at the same time we have to have universities changing their curricula in order to have data analysts, cybersecurity experts, the people we need in order to help us for the future.
That topic we'll be discussing in a session shortly with your new minister, Nikki Karameos. I have to squeeze you because we've got a really hard deadline and we have to finish now. But so just very briefly to respond from.
First of all, government's role in promoting modernization and applying new technology is crucial, because this is where you have direct impact on the quality of lives. And the AI is, it's the future. The opportunities are immense in healthcare, in public procurement, in administration, and many others. Us, as a country that is now advancing swiftly towards the European Union, we have to approximate a lot of documents and a lot of legislation that will have to converge with the EU law. Now, I could use an army of civil servants for that, or I can experiment and explore the opportunities of the AI. And I would really prefer the second, because again, speaking about bureaucracy and so on, the more public servants, the more bureaucracy, and the more slower decision making. About the labor market, I think it's very clear. There is things are always in permanent change. This is not something that we can, we cannot exclude the risks. We cannot ban the risks. We have to learn how to manage the negative externalities and embrace the opportunity. And someone said it much better before me. I'm sure you've heard this phrase. AI is not coming for your job. AI, another human that knows AI is coming for your job. So we better start learning. We better start exploring. This is inevitably going to be part of the future that we are building together, and that's it's just how we should think, I think.
Thank you. Thanks all of you for your excellent interventions. Please join me in thanking the panel. And I will hand over to Daniel to take this discussion forward, more about AI coming up soon. Do you want to start in the middle? Thanks so much. Great. Thanks, Mona. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to carry on with our next session, and I'd like to invite Francis Fukuyama and Haris Broumidis to this podium to join me, please. Hi, Frank. Great to see you. Hope you enjoyed last night. Hi, nice to see you.
All good.
Hi. So I'll come here. Why don't you go here, Frank? Yeah.
How are you? How are you?
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. We're going to carry on. We're going to continue the conversation about AI, but this time more in the political area and what does it mean for democracy and the world. And I'm joined both by Haris Broumidis, who is CEO of Vodafone Greece. But first of all, we're going to hear from Francis Fukuyama, Senior Fellow for the Center of Democracy and the Development of the Rule of Law at Stanford University. Very familiar to those of you who are regular attendees of this conference, very familiar around the world for his works, for his thinking on democracy and politics in general. So I'm sure you've been reflecting deeply on AI and what it means, how it changes politics, and why don't you kick us off with your broad reflections, and then we can have a conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. It's great to be back in Greece for this conference. So the last panel gave you a pretty positive picture of how technology in general was being used for government. And there's some great examples, like this Ukrainian DIA system that was mentioned. So this panel, or I at least, am going to tell you about the bad things in terms of democracy. Before I get to AI, I want to talk about technology in general, because I think that the single thing that has happened as a result of shifting to an online world is the destruction of a common base of empirical knowledge and understanding about the world. And it is very hard to run a democracy if you cannot agree on some basic things like who won the last election. Now, I'm speaking as an American because I think that this process of polarization and democratic decay has actually gone further in the United States than it has in Europe, in most parts of Europe. But it's a warning for the future. So just to give you some examples, if you look at the Republican Party and Republican voters, 70% of them don't believe that Joe Biden was legitimately elected president of the United States in 2020. Over half of Republicans believe some version of the narrative that COVID vaccines are more harmful than helpful, and then about 25%, 20 to 25%, believe some version of the QAnon narrative that the Democrats are actually drinking the blood of children in tunnels under Washington, D.C. Very outlandish. I think that my definition of what populism is actually has to do with conspiracy theories. The populists believe that the world that you see around you, the legacy media, government institutions, all of the big institutions that define a democracy are actually controlled by a shadowy elite, and that the real truth will only appear if you take the red pill. And the scales fall from your eyes and you realize that the world is actually very different from what, for example, you see on network television. And I think that this is really a problem, because if 35–40% of the American voting public doesn't believe in the legitimacy of the President of the United States, that is a big problem for democracy. And this is a problem that has been created really by this online world. I think that the dilemma that democracies face is that you have to do content moderation if you are one of the big platforms like Google, Twitter, Facebook, and so forth. But who, and just to clarify some things, all of these platforms do content moderation. They have to filter out pornography, graphic violence, very gross forms of online content that nobody wants to see. And they've been doing this right from the beginning. The problem occurs when you get into speech that is politically relevant. Who gets to decide what is true speech or what is misinformation? And this has become hugely controversial in the United States. So is raising questions about vaccine efficacy, is that legitimate democratic speech, or is that misinformation? And Americans were completely polarized on that particular question. And the dilemma for democracy is the following. You don't, generally speaking, want the government to decide what is true information and what is not. You don't want a ministry of truth. On the other hand, I don't think you want a large private platform that is basically interested in maximizing its own profits to be the arbiter of what's true and what's not. And therefore, the two alternatives that are out there, I think, are both unacceptable in democratic terms. I have a solution to this, which we can get into maybe in the discussion, but that's really the dilemma. Now, this is a transition then into the AI question. You cannot do content moderation without artificial intelligence. It's simply impossible. Every day, billions of photos, blog posts, and so forth are uploaded onto these platforms. It is completely impossible for human beings to manage this quantity of data, and therefore they have to use AI in order to do the most basic forms of content moderation. And that suggests that actually we're already living in a world that is deeply infused by AI, and I think that a lot of the attitudes towards AI in both Europe and the United States are driven by our bad experience with social media, that social media, has been weaponized by many bad actors, and that's kind of made us very suspicious of any new technology that comes along. And it's led to a desire to regulate AI, I believe, prematurely. This European Act, AI Act that was referenced in the last panel, really doesn't even start with a catalog of what the harms are that it's trying to avoid. Everybody has a general feeling that this is a dangerous technology that's going to take away your job, but is that really what the object of this kind of regulation is? I also think that at this point, it's very hard to even think about regulating it because the cat is out of the bag. AI is not being produced by 3 or 4 giant companies the way social media is. With open source AI, everybody in the world is working on a smaller language model that builds on the LLMs that exist. Final thing I'll say is there's going to be a lot of difficulty in regulating this phenomenon. I always think that the fears about AI, it's a little bit like saying, well, in 1880, when Thomas Edison had just turned on the first light bulb, asking him, what do you think the consequences of electricity are going to be? Right? In 100 years, what are the consequences? There's simply no way of knowing, and it means that as harms develop and as we develop more information about what specific problems we want to solve that are created by this technology, we are going to have to adjust the social and political rules that surround this technology. And this is not something that can be done by writing a lot of rules in advance. This is the way that bureaucracies typically operate. You're going to need much more discretionary decision-making on the part of regulators that are scrambling to keep up with this technology. So the European regulation, for example, specifies a number of parameters above which you want to regulate a large language model. This is completely crazy to think that you can actually put a number in a regulation right now that won't be made completely obsolete, not in a couple of years, but next week. So I think these are some of the challenges we face, but my personal opinion is we ought to be a little bit, we need to wait and see, and we need to be a little bit less frightened of this particular future that we are about to enter into.
So I'm confused. On the one hand, you start by saying this is deeply worrying, and on the other hand, you say we should be a little bit less frightened.
Well,
so I'm not quite sure where on the Richter scale of fear I should be.
What I was trying to say was that in order to solve the first problem created by social media and the online world, you actually are going to need some of these AI tools. And it's one example of a positive use of AI that will actually be very important in combating the harms that were caused by this earlier generation.
So it's a mixed and discerning picture that you need to, a rather subtle approach to, not a knee-jerk approach. I wonder if you could just look, and I want to come onto your solution, because you dangled that there, because that's intriguing. But in this particular election cycle in the United States, there were in advance of, and it seems interminable, it hasn't finished, it's still got longer to go than most normal countries have for their entire election cycle, but we've already had, I don't know how many months. People were very worried at the outset that AI was going to distort all sorts of things, that you would have AI-enabled deep fakes and what have you, that would really sow confusion among the electorate. My impression is that, by and large, no more than in an usual electoral cycle, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, frankly, there's so much crap out there already before you get to AI. I mean, the polarization is so vicious and so deep. Yeah. So yeah, AI is going to produce deep fakes, and it's going to further erode people's trust in institutions. But that trust was gone way before AI got on the scene. And I think actually people are so aware of this distrust problem that they've actually singled out instances where deep fakes have been used. Doesn't mean it's not going to grow as a problem, but I think we're already we're already deep in it even before this.
I mean, I think Biden speaking the other day was probably an AI, not the real Biden, right?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bromides, tell us about, I'm assuming that from Vodafone's perspective, it's a lot more positive, and you're going to tell us a good story about AI.
Yeah, good afternoon, Daniel, Francis. So in your previous question, I'm much more on the positive side of the spectrum. And if, when we talk about democracy, let's think what are the heated debates today when it comes to AI. It is about, ethics and values. It is about the future of work, and it is about concentration of power. All of them are deeply connected with the foundations of our democratic system. So when it comes to ethics and values and what we may call responsible deployment of AI, of course the risks, like any other invention, are very, very high. In every human invention up to now, there were side effects and risks associated with that. On internet, for example, we had the challenges on security and privacy. When it comes to AI, there are much more than that. So there is the risk of bias, because all AI algorithms are based on certain patterns of data that they are already biased. It is about reliability and safety, because imagine a driverless car to be driven by AI should be reliable and safe. And going beyond that, it's about accountability, who is accountable. So the algorithm should be accountable for any harm. And the ones developing the algorithm should be accountable to us all about this one. And we need to think that, we need regulation. We are expecting the AI Act from the European Union, from the European Commission, which is going to be the first cross-sectoral AI regulation in place. In the US and in the UK, it was rather sectoral rather than cross-sectoral. And we need to, to be in a dynamic process in order to make sure that, all these challenges will be mitigated. The good thing is that humanity has been proven extremely resilient and adaptable in all big changes up to now. So on future of work, I'm much more optimistic because, think what it happened when the horse carriage was replaced by a car. A few professions were disappeared, but a whole new ecosystem of roles arised. An example from Vodafone, in the next 18 months, we are going to deploy 7,000 new roles that they were not existent before, from AI cybersecurity experts to AI trainers. And we are going to do that through upskilling, through insourcing and recruitment. And guess what? These roles will be much higher paid than a role of an agent in a call center.
How many did you say? Could you repeat the number?
7,000 in Vodafone in the next 18 months, roles that they...
And to put that in context, what is that as a share of your total workforce?
It's 7%, if you think that we are 100,000 globally, so it's 7%. So I believe that AI will amplify jobs. Of course, repetitive jobs will be replaced, but the value add of the new roles will have an increment also on the way we compensate these roles. And the last bit is around concentration of power. One might say that US, China, or the big West Coast companies, because they have loads of data, they are able to create very powerful AI algorithms, so they will prevail. For me, definitely they do have a head start, but I think that the US is less than 25% of GDP globally, and I don't think that this, in terms of data creation, is able to, because the notion of data being gold or oil, I don't necessarily agree. It's valuable as oil and gold, but data is not that scarce. And data is renewable, someone said, is the only renewable resource that we have in the world. So even smaller organizations, even smaller companies, they can take advantage of this, create this type of models and compete. Of course, if we reach a point that the all-in economy prevails, which is about concentration of power, then we may start thinking on how we democratize data the same way we democratized electricity, for example. Of course, it's not the same, but if we go to a phase that this all-in economy will prevail, then the humanity needs to think how it will sustain competition between states, between organizations, even between individuals. I'm closing with the caveat. And the caveat is that whatever we discuss today, what we discussed yesterday, we will be discussing tomorrow, maybe will be obsolete or wrong in 10 years from now. The good side of it is that we have time to adapt and change.
Maybe in 10 weeks from now at the spate of... I just wanted to ask you a question about, I have this in my pocket. I think it's actually got a Vodafone system linked to it. You'll be pleased to hear. How much AI am I actually using without realizing it in my daily use of this phone?
AI is all around us, everywhere. Gen AI is progressing exponentially. So we use, for the last few years, we are using AI in Vodafone, in network, primarily, in customer service and in HR. And we were able, by using AI in the network, to provide a better service, because AI can prevent or abolish network disruptions, makes the connectivity of the cities in fixed much smarter. It consumes less energy. And then on customer service, today, just in Vodafone Greece, 250,000 calls are answered by the chatbot, and the 2/3 of these calls are handled at the level of the chatbot without the need to be transferred.
So it strikes me that it's not a question of AI or not AI. AI is all around us, as you say. You could almost add an R onto the end of AI. It's like the air that we breathe. And so really at issue here is that part of it, or those consequences of it that may be problematic, is where we're really debating, because we can't wish it away. It's so deeply embedded. So that's where I turn to you, Francis, about your solution for the political problem that you think this is creating. We need to know.
Before I get into that, can I just add on to something? I mean, I very much agree about this more positive expectation for what's going to happen to the labor market. I'll just give you an analogy. Many economists will argue that the introduction of computers actually increased inequality by increasing the returns to education and, specialized knowledge. And that is true in one respect, but there's another respect in which the shift to an information age vastly increased equality, and that has to do with female employment. Because when the average job does not involve lifting a heavy object on a factory floor, but sitting in front of a computer, turns out that women are actually better than men of comparable, backgrounds and intelligence and so forth in sitting behind that computer. They're actually going to show up for work on time. They're not going to have all these behavioral problems that especially young men have and so forth. And that means that beginning in the late 60s, hundreds of millions of women all over the world entered the paid workforce. And that was a huge increase in human equality brought on by this technological revolution that is usually not captured in these, economist studies of the impact. So that's one thing. So to get to the question of what to do about the content moderation, I don't think that either the government or these big platforms is the appropriate decider as to what's legitimate information. I led a Stanford working group on platform scale back in 2020, and we issued a report that recommended something we called middleware. Instead of giving that power to the government or to a big platform, our view was that you ought to open up the APIs of the big platforms and allow a third-party content moderation that would be a competitive market where the user could choose the parameters of what they saw on their Twitter feeds or Facebook feeds and that sort of thing. And that was the original vision of the internet. Users ought to be able to control what they saw, and instead you've got this monopoly by 3 big platforms that controls what people see and oftentimes leads them to very bad content. The problem is we didn't see a business model, but a lot of people are working on this, because I think anyone that's thought about the problem of content moderation kind of realizes that middleware is about the only way to go forward, where you could take away the power of these platforms to actually determine political outcomes, like Elon Musk buying Twitter.
Power to the people.
Right.
Very good. Well, I think that's all we have time for, so I think we have to end it there. But I think that what I do sense from this is that we're going to be back here again and again trying to puzzle out what to do about AI. And that's it's with us, it's important, it's going to be posing all sorts of conundrums. But thank you for helping us start to see through it. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great.
So we're going to move on to the next session, and it's my pleasure to invite to join me to the podium the Most Reverend Anthimos Kostas Acharologlu and Theophanis Taxis up onto the stage.
Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Why don't I'm going to sit at the end, so why don't you sit here? Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. So we continue our grappling with AI, reflecting on AI's limits and the challenges of creating a digital afterlife. So we're moving into a totally different territory, and also how is AI expected to affect human relationships. So we've looked at the technological aspects, we've looked at the political aspects. This is almost moving into the realm of the more human and philosophical aspects. So if I may start with you, Most Reverend Anthimos, Metropolitan of Alexandroupolis, Troianopoulos, and Samothrace, if you could give us your views.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I have heard very interesting things since yesterday, and especially earlier when we opened the AI chapter. No one wonders, no one questions that technology is very good for our lives. We use it, we have it in our pockets, in our mobiles, and of course, we always try to make our life better. Well, technology is based on machines, and machine means non-anxiety. If from the Greek origin, we talk about smart platforms and equipment, and we want to have our life made more beautiful. So the title of this topic is Redefining AI. I heard earlier Mr. Fukuyama saying that on the one hand we had the good thing, and then on the other hand we have all the harms it may cause. So we have seen Eternal You, Missing You, some serials or interviews that have raised certain questions. What can be done via a digital hologram from a person that have passed away? I understand the human grief when they lose a person of their own and they want to communicate with him or her. That has always been a human question. We don't want to live alone without the person we love. That was, we always wanted to communicate with them. Now AI can come and say that it can do that. And here there is a big question. I will stop here because the manufacturers of this data express their fear and raise question. So I will say here that with regard to orthodoxy and the Orthodox Church, it teaches that man was created by God. And God gave him the chance to create something. To create something is the order of God in order to proceed its creative tasks. At some point, we leave this world. Is it ethical to keep this man alive with us through a digital imaging or an artificial picture? Of course, church talks about the return of man, that there will have resurrection one day. This is the gospel's message, that the body of man will resurrect at one day, but this body will be the real body, not an artificial one. We see in the gospel that Christ comes back after the resurrection, and in order to persuade the disciples that he's not a ghost, he asks for food. He consumes honey and fish. So our body is both spiritual and physical. That means that we can move forward with AI, but at the same time we need to have a central point of our civilization and technological objective, the value of man, of a man that needs to rest at some point. When somebody leaves this world, church tries to console this person, to allow him to rest, but promising that at some point he will be back. I am afraid, I haven't seen that. I'm afraid that such a construct, even though it can console people at the beginning, it might prolong grief and pain of people by bringing again and again the images of those that have deceased. We try to shorten it in real life. We promise resurrection, but also we say that time heals grief. And we want to support the living to continue their lives after the death of their beloved. So church overcomes the fear of death by saying that death is a sleep, trying to console the grief and the deprivation of our beloved. I will stop here as a brief overview of what the church says and what AI can do for people.
Could I just follow up with a question? I think it would be interesting to get a sense about the state of debate, of discussion within the church and also between churches on these questions of AI and digital afterlife. So is it the case that the Orthodox Church has considered these questions and reached a consensus view, or is it a very live discussion among senior members of the church? And is it something you also discuss with members of other denominations?
This is something we are discussing currently. We haven't reached conclusion. We do have discussions with Protestants and the Roman Catholic Church in order to commonly tackle the issue. It's something that we will have to handle in a joint manner. Allow me to use the term, we have seen this in the past. The Holy Scripture makes reference to that. Actually, the God builds a robot, to put it like that, a perfect organism, a human organism, and he, the God, symbolically speaking, he breathes in this organism and gives him life to this robot. So that creation back then is characterized by freedom. God is not afraid of the robot. This is why God allows this robot to be completely free if the robot wants to stay with him or not. Okay, humans decided to live far away, to go and live far away. That's why we humans have the adventure of their freedom, which we currently experience today, with the ending point being death, so that what is evil is not to live forever, as the church says. So currently, humans do exactly the same thing. As a follow-up to the creativity of God, humans create a robot. So it's up to us to provide the data, to provide the specifications, and mainly not to be afraid of it, because I came to realize that there is some fear disseminated, a human fear about this brand new development. Now, when it comes to the after-death digital representation, that's something we haven't considered yet, at least within the Church of Greece. And with all due respect, after the end of this conference, whatever we discuss, the outcomes, the findings, the concerns, this is something I will convey to the Holy Synod of the Greek Church in order to discuss it.
So, Theophanis Tassis, you're a lecturer in contemporary philosophy at Alpen Adria University in Austria. Coming at it from a philosophical point of perspective, how do you view these questions?
So far, we have discussed about the social, administrative, financial implications of the use of AI, but I think that the impact on human relations will be of equal importance. Let me highlight 3 areas in which there will be change. A, friendship. There are applications like Nomi in the way in which you can build a personal profile that will then become your friend. So this AI-enabled profile will have access to the user's social media. So the profile may be trained by means of this media, and as a result communicate with the user more comfortably. This might have some healing qualities, especially for someone who lives remotely or who is not that sociable. But we have to deeply consider and wonder what will be our relationships with, what will be the impact on the relationships of this human with other humans. Maybe in the short term or maybe in the long term, we will be deprived of our ability to communicate between us and start communicating just with AI created entities, which will have a completely different approach to us, although we will allow them to be free to do so. Another field, we're talking about sex bots. We're talking about bots that will interact with us. For instance, we have a language model that uses certain functions in order to identify the words to be used. So the robot will reply to our own gestures, and the robot will do its own gestures. It will also be able to register our biometric characteristics, increase of our pulses, increase of temperature, and as a result, it will interact even more efficiently with us. In this case, we talk about perhaps some medical implications, used for sexual, use for some people who have difficulty in finding a sexual partner, a sex partner. But what will happen to women? It might sideline our need to come in contact with people. It might be used in a way that will offend someone's dignity. For instance, I might build a Muppet or a puppet that will be exactly the same with someone else, a doll that will be exactly the same with a physical person. There is another application, only virtual, that's the name. You pay a subscription fee, a monthly subscription fee, and this app registers and records all our interactions with our relatives. It has access to all our social media. So as the data are accumulated, gradually we build a digital clone of us. So when we pass away, this digital clone will keep on existing. You never have to say goodbye. This is the motto of the company. And pay attention to that. It's not that we discuss with this AI thing, we turn on our mobile and we communicate with the application. No, it can communicate with us whenever it wants. You get a call or a video call by someone who passed away, and he gives you a call. So later, the company says that we will try to build a hologram of the person who has passed away that will pop up in our living room we're back from work, and suddenly our deceased father pops up and asks us, how was your day? Or what did you have a fight with this colleague of yours? We're talking about amazing questions that occur. Can we erase a digital clone if the person has passed away, although he or she intended to have a digital clone forever? Or what will happen if we have two digital clones of our late father and mother have a fight just because it's too realistically developed? And as His Reverence said, can we truly overcome our grief and move on? Of course, there is a therapeutic use of it, but after what point does the therapeutic use becomes an obsession, an addiction? Let me put a full stop here.
Possibilities, and some of them are not even theoretical, they're happening right now. I'm wondering to what extent you think some of this is actually desirable, because it corresponds obviously to we're talking about the human effects. These are effective because they correspond to human needs, right? And that's why people create them. There's a desperate need to communicate in all sorts of ways. So to what extent is this desirable? To what extent is it dangerous?
That's a critical question. For instance, currently in the US, we have a pandemic of solitude. Social media have eroded human relationships. So imagine how human relationships will be eroded by AI if it just starts developing. For me, the critical question is the following. Will we have to pick between those human interactions that are of value for ourselves as humans and those human interactions that are instrumentalized? They exist just for a purpose, which we will assign to AI because we don't want them, because they're risky, etc. But there are certain human interactions which, for reasons of easiness, we should not assign to AI. I'm not that optimistic. I don't believe that it will happen. I'm not saying that just because there is a market, people will go to that. But I hope. But there is a great possibility that this will happen, but I do believe that people will resist to that.
Yes, I ask you for your comments, but also, first of all, a question whether these issues, these very intriguing and complicated issues of ethics and AI, is entering into your syllabus. You are the Dean and Professor of International Business and Strategy at Alba Graduate Business School. So are these modules now that you are grappling with through your courses with future business graduates?
Thank you, Daniel. Economist is always a very positive surprise to us with the thematics you introduce. It's extremely fascinating for me to be part of this panel. Let me start with a sub-note. Here you have with you Kostas, in flesh and bones, and not the digital clone of Kostas, right? Okay? It's not the avatar. I have sent the avatar back to the office. So let me give a direct reply to what you asked, and let me then add a comment. The course of ethics is a main course that we have in all our curricula. I'm not talking about now. That's something that happened from day one, right? So what we are currently doing is we adapt our curricula in a way they can incorporate AI, because AI is a general purpose technology, as we call it. So we're not just listening about it, we actually experience, we live with it. It's in our mobile phone, for instance. So the kind of management course we deliver in Alba should not be alien to AI. So our students have to learn how to handle AI. And having said that, we try in these courses also to incorporate issues of ethics. But ethics is a bit relative in the sense that it's based on various ethical codes and axes. You have to take certain axioms, certain ethical norms, based on which certain things will be determined and judged. So we do it, yes. Now, let me now add the comment about what you just said, this really interesting stuff you discussed. For me, the main question is the following. human relations, and now let me use the Aristotelian typology and friendship. We have friendship for what is useful. I have a human relationship because I have something to take out of that, a customer and a supplier. Or for pleasure. And we have friendship for what is good. So the main question about that is not what I have to earn as a result of this relationship, but what the other has to earn out of that. AI has amazing positive repercussions when it comes to the first type of friendship. Friendship for what is useful. There was a study carried out in a US hospital, and they asked the patients, how satisfied are you with your interaction with the physical nurses and physicians compared to avatars and digital clones of them? The reply was they were far more satisfied in their interactions with the clones because the digital clones had the time to spend with them, right? So the outcomes do show that AI helps immensely in our relationships for what is useful. So my question, and I have no reply to that, is the following. To what extent is AI helping us for those relationships are built for what is good, especially for those who have passed away? The need of humans to live forever leads to the digital immortality, right? We want to have our relatives next to us forever by means of an avatar. So the question is, does this communication of ours with this person that is deceased, to what extent does it help us to develop our relationship for the good of this person, of the deceased person, because he doesn't exist? Because if he exists, we can improve the relationship. And this is what the church suggests. I sacrifice myself to the good of the other. But what happens with the other? He's deceased already. So is it just purely something to be used for therapeutic purposes? Actually, I read something that deathbot, sexbot, and all these bots, somebody said that this is an industry of 120 billion euros. We're talking about huge amounts of money. Given the fact that it has a healing quality, these bots help you overcome depression or something like that. So someone suggested that these platforms should be approved by the FDA. You know, it's the US-based authorizing agency because it offers a therapeutic approach, right? So my question is, to what extent does AI help us to build relationships that are for what is good, not for what is beautiful, for what is useful?
Of all the questions today, that's for sure. Just as a final round of questions for this part one of this conversation, and then we move on to a second part, I could ask all of you very quickly, very briefly, to address a sort of meta question, which is, how do you introduce these intelligent discussion of ethics and philosophy and morals regarding AI most effectively? We're making a start in this conference. I don't think we've ever had this sort of conversation before, so I welcome it. But is it in schools? Is it at universities? Is it through the pulpit? Combination of all these things, how to do this most effectively? If I could start with you.
I think it comes inevitably with life. Humans are not made to die. We are interested in finding out what will happen after we die, unless someone believes that there will be no me after death. The fact that the soul remains after death is something that ancient Greeks also suggested. Jesus Christ adds another dimension, that even the physical bodies will resurrect. So humans, both in terms of soul and the body, will be able to enjoy eternity. A soul without a body is a ghost. A body without the soul is a corpse. No matter how much I love it, I won't go close to it. According to the church, we're going to have the resurrection. Body and soul will come as one and enjoy eternity. And this is not a philosophical concept for us. It's the main message emitted by the gospel. We have nothing else to say to humans except for that Jesus Christ resurrected, and his resurrection prepares us for our own. But it will be a genuine resurrection of the body, not a virtual one. I'm afraid of the virtual resurrection. It will confuse humans and will lead him to illusions. Church is quite pragmatistic. We have our feet in this world, and we have our eyesight to the other world. Although it might seem strange, we have our feet on this world. And let me tell you something else, which is you may find peculiar. The core of our philosophy is not God, is humans, the real humans. Some people believe that in church they discuss about God. No, we deal with humans all day long. The humans that we can have a handshake with, a human that I can give an embrace, I can kiss, I can come in communication with, because without humans, in church, actually we say in church that if we have no humans, then we find ourselves in a temple which is cold because we have no humans there, but the temple becomes a church once the humans come in. When we leave, then the building remains cold. So what matters is the human factor. And I'm talking about the genuine, the real humans. We have too many illusions in this world. Let us not move these let's say illusions to after the Advent. Let's not be illusionary about our real life. And I'm afraid about what Professor Akşoglu discussed before. Using as a pretext the therapeutic quality, the palliative, let's say, approach, there will be an industry developed that will be ruthless. Believe me, they will trade human grief, human mourning, and will have respect for nothing about our soul and about our human emotions. AI is a very, very complicated phenomenon. It will take a lot of discussion, and I will tell you why. Because we, the human species, have to make up our minds following checking certain parameters. How does AI work? What will we allow and what we will not? But in order to take these difficult decisions, we have to understand. And we need two things in order to understand. A, expertise, and B, a holistic approach which will be human-based. The T-shaped thinkers, as we call it. This is what we try to achieve in our school by establishing centers of excellence. It's a hub where we discuss about those things. And I'm talking about people who are professors of management and finance, but also we have artists, philosophers, mathematicians, and others. Because the issue of AI, it is so complicated that it takes it requires multidisciplinarity, because we are the ones controlling it and we are the ones who take decisions. Great. A very quick comment. I love the definition of friendship coming from Aristotle. We are friends for good, for pleasure, and for usefulness. So the question is, if we program AI to be a friend for our own good, then it is impartial, and according to the Aristotelian definition, this AI will be a true friend, right? That's our question. Now, in order to respond to you, we have to start as quickly as possible. Let us think about the following. New generations are become socialized through screens. They communicate with their grandparents. So those social skills that we have, touching ourselves, looking in the eyes, these are things that we cannot teach to these people. Now we have digital agents, as we call them. We have digital agents amongst us, and many parents have digital agents taking care of their kids. So I'm afraid that these bodily dimension or physicality in our relationships will be lost. People will not be able to teach these skills because we're not born humans. We are becoming humans. So we have to protect our humanity actually. So when I asked my mother, would you like me to buy you a subscription of digital clone for her grandchildren? And said no, because I prefer that you will not remember.
Listen, this discussion will go on and on. I think it's...
I prefer that you remember me.
Particularly pleased that this room is still full to discuss philosophy and ethical questions. That tells me a lot about the interesting in the subject and also a lot about Greece, perhaps. So thank you very much. That's the end of part one of this conversation.
Wonderful.
We're going to have part two in a moment.
Wonderful, very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You stay. Thank you. Have a... Thank you. So for the second part of this conversation and the final part of our AI discussion, I'd like to invite, well, first of all, Kostas is going to stay, but Panayotis Georgopoulos, CEO of Nova Greece, please join me. Thank you. So now we move, I think, to a business perspective on these matters, the social values and AI's impact on society. So why don't you've presumably been listening to this conversation and presumably the discussion before. How does it look from your perspective?
Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Congratulations on moderating the previous sessions as well. I believe that the impact on society is very positive. What we experience daily is that AI is used daily and in regions in areas where it has never been implemented before. We have one of the biggest mountains in Attica, Imitos Nova, has created a smart forest with drones, sensors, and decision-making systems to protect the environment from threats of fires. If we had installed it all over Greece, that would be to the benefit of all. Another application is the National Registry for Cancer. It collects data and recipes, data and prescriptions, allowing doctors and patients to interconnect, and for the doctors to be able to know better things about their patients, cancer patients. We also have piracy attempts. We can scan the internet and find the problems. So, in other words, I can say that the interventions of AI are numerous in our daily lives in the framework of social responsibility. And so I could consider it very positive for the time being, at least.
I think question of the positive versus the negative, it's very refreshing to hear you emphasize the positive. What about the negative from your perspective? I mean, I presume you wouldn't deny that the potential for negative consequences exists, but if that is the case, how would you propose limiting the negative and maximizing the positive?
For the interpersonal part, I think the previous panel was very precise with regard to the worries, not negatives. I would say the following: the recent decision from OpenAI to become closed AI from OpenAI, we have closed AI. From the open code, we have the closed code. That means that we can control our data and we will increase our dependence. This is a question for companies, and it is a political issue because we are in Europe, and that does not help us at all. We have missed the train for renewable. Now we will miss the train of AI. The open code issue is an issue, and on whether we can have investments in open code to increase AI intervention. The second, in the previous panel, people talked about data. All these big companies use publicly available data that do not belong to them practically. There are no royalties in them and not the right to use the output. There is an open issue there. Why do you use this open data, and why should I pay for the result of this process? My worries are, first, how we can instill more hubs of open code, and the question of who is the owner of data is my second worry.
Curious to know from your perspective, as a business school, you have to look at the world, not just Greece. So we're not just part of Europe, we're part of a global economy. If you try to limit the downsides in Europe, don't you just risk other countries leaping ahead in certain aspects of AI?
I think, Daniel, to limit a region or an area from this technology is not good. I agree with the previous panels that said that we need to be friends, not and partners, not competitors. I have two arguments to add. Via AI, there is possibility to increase productivity. Panagiotis said earlier about some activities they have undertaken and how we increase productivity. I will give you an example. My daughter studies law, and last year she went to a law school. There were two lawyers. This law agency focuses on foreign investments. These two lawyers translate contracts from other languages to Greek. My daughter suggested a translation platform that is specialized in law, and the translations were ready. Next day, this platform was installed in all laptops, and the two lawyers who were jobless after the translation, they were given other jobs to do. So we will increase productivity, but the question is how we handle human time in a productive way in order to co-create with technology. At a macro level, the 17 goal of the United Nations by 2023, only 15% of these goals have been fulfilled. The reasons are evident. It's difficult to combine different nationalities, legal systems for all people to agree to promote this SDG, and the second has to do with resources. AI now gives us the opportunity to innovate and create productive resources at the level. Goal number 3, well-being of people in pharmaceuticals, and that will be discussed. Or goal number 4, lifelong learning and equal opportunities. AI can do incredible things at a point that I can wonder what am I to do as a professor. And when I asked that, a company, they told me you will be on constant holidays. And who will pay me, I asked. With regard to innovation, I don't want to talk about positive and negatives of the AI. We talk about positive and limitations, some limitations of AI. AI per se, as a technology, knows, if we program it correctly, what to do. But we need to program what the questions will be. Not to allow AI ask the questions. What? How will be done by AI? And that is something that has to do with ethics, priorities, and the question of perception of people.
And I'm sure your job is safe. And second comment is one where you talk about the limits of AI. One thing that AI cannot limit is time. And we are limited in time here because Minister Georgiadis is here, so we have to move on to the next session. But thank you both very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Thank you. Well, I hope you agree that AI that's been a fascinating conversation about AI. We're going to have many more at these events in future, I'm sure. Maybe our events themselves will be infused with AI. But for the next session, which is on health, it's going to be moderated by John Ifantopoulos, who is the academic coordinator of MBA University of Athens in Health Management. John,
thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Κυρίες και κύριοι, έχουμε ένα πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a really interesting table discussion. We will discuss with the Minister of Health, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, who just arrived from the ministry, which the Prime Minister visited. Dear Minister, if you could be so kind, please. After the photos are done, please welcome to the podium. The audience is waiting for you. Also, I'd like to invite our panelists, Adrian. And I would also like to invite the president of the Pan-Hellenic Pharmaceutical Industry Association to come to the stage. I would like also to invite Mr. Trifon. Dear Minister, welcome to the Economist event. It's really interesting that we have you here right after the visit made to your ministry by the Prime Minister. So you are here to give us, to pass on exactly what the Prime Minister said a few days ago in this very room, used an expression. I am a dedicated reformist. That's what he said yesterday during the discussion. That's the first quote. And the second, I'm not interested in bad rumors or whatever. What I'm interested in is results.
Really mean είναι ότι θα πρέπει να φύγουμε.
It means that we have to move away from the Keynesian approach of the state protector and patron who just pays and doesn't take care about the result. We have to enter an era of a new philosophy, which is the so-called supply-side economics, which means that we're not interested only in the public sector and the state paying and subsidizing. No, we enter a new philosophy in which results are measured, and we have a social state which is investment and growth driven, dealing with employment as a very dynamic component of the social and financial system. So, talking now about results, and in order to close my brief introduction, during the 2000-2009 crisis, we have had an increase of the life expectancy by 1 year. During the crisis, we lost this gain, this 1.5 year. So, dear Minister, we're talking about results. So, it's really interesting that during your term, we earned 6 months in our life expectancy. That's quite important. So to what extent do policies take care of the quality of life of the Greek citizens and the improvement in their lifestyle? So with that, I would like you to provide you with your general opinions in the context of the Europe 2.0 from the viewpoint of the Ministry of Health. So firstly, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Apologies for the slight delay. Indeed, this day has been quite dense. We have been honored by the Prime Minister to make a visit. We spent more than 2 hours to discuss all the aspects of our policies over the past 5 months, and mainly the results, because what we are interested in politics is to check the result that you have achieved. Now, talking about the national healthcare system. In the last 5 months, we have a drop in expenses, approximately 1.5%. It's not something minimal because the health spend increases year after year, so it's much more than 1.5%. Normally, at the end of every year, ministries of health add for an additional budget. If we continue like that, we will be able to have savings by the end of the year. And we have the largest number of operations carried out ever. From the very first year we started collecting statistics. So we spend less money to have higher productivity. This is a very specific, tangible result. There is no question whether someone likes the Prime Minister or the Minister or not. Recently, we presented to the pharmaceutical industry the evolution of hospital pharma spend and general pharma spend. 2024, things went very good in hospitals. The increase compared to 2023 is minimal, which is on its own a success for those who know what how medicines work, because we have new treatments introduced in our system, and we presented to the Prime Minister the new innovations were about, the new projects were about to sign. And when I'm back from the conference, I will sign 2 joint ministerial decisions. The first one is for the physicians to have a private practice after their shift in the public hospital. We have had the approval by the Prime Minister for that. This is the biggest reform in the NHS ever. It's something that has been announced by various governments in the past. It has never been implemented. I told you that what matters in politics is the result. So today we will sign the joint ministerial decision. So after it is published in the official gazette, then the physicians, the doctors of the national healthcare system will be able to have a private practice after their shift is completed in the hospital. The second decision I will sign will have to do with the new set of incentives and the new map of distant areas for new nurses and physicians to be recruited. Because this is important, because we have a list of areas where we call for new people to be hired, and they are always they produce no result because there is no interest for people to work there. Another thing, which will be a bit of that's something that will be announced in the coming days. It will create some political turmoil, but allow me to say that it is completely unacceptable that we have an island like Kos. We have had a tender for 4 GPs 14 times. There has been zero interest. Actually, no GP has applied for the job for 14 times, and we have many private GPs in the island who do not give a horsehair about whether the hospital has a GP. That the health system is one thing. It's not like I have my private practice and I don't give a damn for what others have to deal with. So we'll have to take decisions that states have to take when people fail to understand the size, the responsibility they carry. You will see in the coming days. Now, to sum it up, our main objective is to decrease by 200 to 300 million euros of the rebates, the reforms with the DRGs, and transfer of the screening exams being included in the DRGs is something already done. It's in the system. Transparency in pharma spend by means of our AOP platform will allow pharmaceutical companies to know what the clawback will be before it's time. It's already operating. Negotiations for discounts is something already being discussed. I'd like to thank the head of the committee about that. So generally speaking, I believe, others will say so, this has been a very productive 5-year spell. My time was packed, this 5 months, apologies. We did many of the things that should have happened already in the past. But anyway, better late than never. And in 2024, we're going to do even more things. My goal is in 2025, the NHS will be run in a completely different way when talking about shifts, outpatients, clawbacks and rebates, savings for DRGs, and the way we will recruit and hire doctors in order to cover the gaps. At the same time, we have the Spiros Doxiadis pre-screening system. As of next week, we will be really aggressive with that. We will be very fast because prevention is the most important offering we can give to the Greek citizens, and now we have the tools for that. And what is left to be done is the following. Next week, we're going to have a major meeting in the ministry. We're going to have the pharmacists and the pharmaceutical companies, because there is one pending issue. We have to reach the generics, the level of the use of generics at a certain point, but I need both of them to be next to me. And let me say the last thing. We made a huge effort to decrease the shortages in medicines. This is something already evident in the market. Now we have less shortages than in the past, like 5 months ago. The increase of prices in cheap drugs, I know it sounds really bad to have increases in the price of cheap drugs, of affordable drugs, but I have to explain that, and that will be my last comment. Greece, over the past years, because of the bankruptcy, has had laws providing for the decrease in the price of drugs. The price of drugs were always going downwards. That was correct, but this has led to the following phenomenon. We have cheap drugs like up to 10 to 15 euros. We have such a huge decrease in price, and some of them now are being sold below the production cost, because the cost changes depending on the energy of cost, the human resources and the ingredients, etc. The fact that we exercised pressure in order to decrease the price led to the fact that some of the drugs are not sustainable for the companies. That's why many of these companies have been withdrawn from the market. That's why we have some shortages to a great extent, because companies stopped producing these drugs, so the patients couldn't find them in the market. And they replaced the drugs with new treatments that are much more expensive. So instead for the NHS to save money, we actually pay more money, and the patients, instead of paying less money, now they have to pay even more. So this is hypocritical, and it is irrational. So we assigned the Greek FDA to do the exercise. There is a first proposal for increases in specific drugs. Now we are currently have some objections submitted by the companies, and the EOF, the Greek FDA, will discuss about that. I'm not going to intervene. They are the ones having this discussion. I'm just giving the general directions. And in July, we're going to have the final list of prices, which will contribute greatly to decrease the shortages. For instance, lithium. We were always in shortage, drugs for the kidneys and other treatments. We have had shortages for 3, 4, 5 years, just because a minister never said that this should be the price according to the European standards, and that's something resolved. Let's move on.
You are introducing a new philosophy. In the past decades, the philosophy was give more money to health sector. Today, you come and say, what I need to tell you is, what do I do with this money in health, productivity, performance, fighting unemployment and social inequalities? And what would we say in Economist jargon? Evidence-based politics in evidence-based policies. Thank you very much.
Now you have a short presentation, and okay, would you please like to proceed? Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian van der Hoeven is the Director of General Medicine for Europe, which is an association of more than 30 years and establishing in 400 manufacturing sites across Europe. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Adrian.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Minister, for opening this. I'm going to do a small presentation. I'll try not to bore you too much with too many numbers and data in there, but it is important, as John was saying, about data-based policy. But it's also really what is the leitmotif, and Minister Georgiadis emphasized this, but he also was doing this when he was the Minister of Economic Development of Greece. Health security is very, very important. We need to ensure now in Europe, in a more unstable world, that we have security. And the manufacturing sector that we have here in Greece, but also in Europe, is critical to that. So I'm going to take you a little bit through that. As John mentioned, the generic medicines industry is, we've celebrated our 30th anniversary as an association, but we're a relatively new industry, actually. But this industry is ultra critical to public health. Without this industry, okay, for the main therapy areas, okay, they've reduced the cost for healthcare systems, for healthcare budgets from 37% to 12%, mainly for chronic diseases and for anti-infectives. What this means is that this is affordable for patients and for healthcare systems. So this is really ultra critical. Now, what's important to underline is that this industry has grown so much in Europe that we have now 70% of the supply of prescription medicines depends on the generic industry in Europe. It's 90% in the United States. And this means that our role in healthcare has also evolved, and that really the security of supply is one of the most critical components. So investments in manufacturing here in Greece, in the rest of Europe, is critical to public health. Now, let's talk about some of the problems. Minister Georgiadis mentioned this as well. In Europe, we are experiencing a massive wave of shortages, and this is driven, as the minister pointed out, largely by the pricing policies or procurement policies that we apply in Europe. And what is happening is the number of suppliers is diminishing over time. So what you see on this slide is that 66% of shortages are in markets where there are very few suppliers of generic medicines. So this is the root cause of the shortages of medicines. So if we want to encourage fewer shortages, we need to encourage more manufacturers to participate in the market. And I think those measures that Minister Georgiadis mentioned about sustaining the generic industry are very, very important. The EU has adopted a critical list of medicines. This is around 300 medicines that are ultra critical for the functioning of hospitals, for the functioning of healthcare systems. 9 out of 10 of those medicines, of those critical medicines on the EU list, are generic medicines. This shows you again, from a criticality perspective, how important these medicines are. But let's look at one of the problems. Over the last 10 years in Europe, 26% of generic medicines have been withdrawn from at least one market, many from many markets. This is even worse for antibiotic medicines, which of course loom high on the critical medicines list. And it's even worse for possibly some of the most important medicines, generic oncology medicines. So it's showing this extreme consolidation going on in the European market, which is very, very bad for the risk of shortages. Now, what do we do about this? How do we change this? Already in Greece, we've seen efforts to invest in the manufacturing sector, to support more sustainability of the generic market. This is very important, but we also need European solutions. So here you can see on this map the investments by our sector across Europe, and I'm very proud that Greece is one of the leaders of this investment in European security of manufacturing supply. But we also need to invest in affordable innovation so that we can treat patients better. Most medicines are actually not adapted to patients, and I'll give you some examples here. There's a change in the EU Pharma legislation that would enable innovation around off-patent molecules that would treat a number of challenging conditions. For example, for some cancer treatments, the patients cannot absorb the cancer drugs, which means, of course, they do not function. So we need to adapt those cancer drugs to the morphology of the patients to make sure they will work in them. Also, I see there are a lot of women in this audience. Almost no older medicines are adapted to women, which means typically they will be overdosed for women. So if women take insomnia pills, they're likely to have a car accident the next day because that pill is overdosed to them. But it's not just insomnia medicines, all kind of cardio medicines, other things. They're not adapted. We need to adapt these treatments. We also need to help the hospitals. The hospitals are struggling to get doctors, struggling to get nurses. We need to adapt the drugs to make it easier to administer at home or facilitate the work of hospitals. So this is something that really is important to support in the European reform of the pharmaceutical legislation. The last thing, Minister Georgiadis, when he was the Minister of Economic Development, was one of the first ministers in Europe to say after COVID, we need to invest in our manufacturing in Europe. We've seen the risks of being dependent on places outside of Europe who may not always be our friends. But we need to do this not just in Greece, across Europe. We have now huge numbers of shortages of medicines because there is no sustainable investment in manufacturing because there's too much cost pressure on the generic industry. So we need to have adaptations, as Minister Georgiadis pointed out, to make sure it is sustainable, that it's profitable to sell these very inexpensive medicines. In many countries, unfortunately, it is not, and this is why you're seeing these shortage problems. Another problem, here you can see, is over the last 20 years, we've seen the delocalization of a lot of production outside of Europe. Now, we are trying here in Greece and other countries to reshore this production, but it is very, very challenging. And I'll give you an ominous warning about some of the challenges. Right now, in France, there's a major company, the biggest generic company, which will remain unnamed, but it faced a massive clawback tax in France in 2023. The clawback tax tripled in France in 2023, basically rendering most of the business of this company very marginally or totally unprofitable. Now that company is up for sale because it's no longer profitable. The most likely buyers are Asian producers who are going to delocalize all of the production outside of France and outside of Europe to Asia. This is the consequence of unsustainable policies and what we need to make sure we change. Of course, we need to do much more than that, and this is why we support a Critical Medicines Act that would include all of these important components and all of these important changes. And I'll thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. Well, you told us that you contribute immensely to produce cost-effective therapies across Europe and fulfill unmet needs for pharmaceutical care and healthcare in general. Now, you would allow me, I will go for the first round and then we'll come back with quick questions and answers. Κύριε Τρίφωνα, σας καλωσορίζω.
Mr. Trifonu, welcome. We have heard from the Minister that we're interested in productivity, we're interested in investments. My main question to you is, how the Greek pharma industry is dealing or creating or investing in the new challenges of the European map and the European strategy on drugs. And we are aware that you have invested 2 billion. So private sector goes hand in hand with the investments and incentives given by the state. You, as pharma industry, try to meet the challenges of Europe. Thank you, Yanis. Thank you, The Economist, for hosting us. Congratulations for this organization. I want to make some general comments in order to put the general framework and then go to the pharma industry. That has two parameters. The first is timely. The shortages. It is pan-European phenomenon, as Andrian said. And the other question is investments on R&D. Yesterday I heard the Prime Minister saying and Mr. Letta saying that they have described the challenges ahead as EU, 27 member states that are different. The first part is that substantially after a period of deindustrialization and disinvestment, production in Asia and R&D in USA, we're wondering what shall we do as Europe. The second is that all this situation has led to lack of social cohesion, and that has an impact on the European elections or national elections. So we need to create a new plan. That is a big challenge. There are no easy solutions. The Prime Minister has described the pillars, but it is clear that in order to have an overall policy of growth, to create conditions for Europeans to stay in Europe or people outside Europe to come to Europe, a lot of things should be done simultaneously, and sectoral policies should be done. We don't need generic approaches, but sectoral ones. In Greece, we need to be faster because we have an investment gap which is huge because of the crisis of the past 10 years. We had decreased production as a percentage of GDP, so productivity and the production should increase as a percentage of GDP, because if we don't have production, it means that we have deficits. And pharma industry and the way it was planned and implemented an overall program after 2019, and Mr. Georgiadis is here, is an exceptional example on how with few resources we can design and proceed with production that leads to decrease of shortages, to have patients accessing drugs and increase productivity in the country. I believe the most successful PPP where the state took our money. We had a negotiation about clawbacks, etc. And as a conclusion, we increased productivity by 50% in 4 or 5 years. Mr. Georgiadis was the first to sign it. The Prime Minister accepted and adopted that, and thank you, Minister, for that. Mr. Theodorikakos, Minister of Development, is amongst us. This program continues, yet is a surprise for me because it shows how the public sector, with synergies and procedures, could evaluate, assess, and proceed to the inclusion of investment programs. It was quite important. It was a very precise sectoral policy. This is an example because via this, in COVID, Greece, having a productive base, coped with shortages adequately. We exported to Europe as well. We have a very strong productive basis, and on this model, we need to move forward. Of course, we have all this burden of clawbacks and rebates. I showed the Prime Minister when the
Η δαπάνη ήταν 3 δις. Το κράτος
spent was 2 billion. The spend increased by 2.2 billion, but the state invested only 100,000. So the will of the government to keep cheap drugs in the system is welcomed, but we need to cover the Greek patients by producing more locally. Investments are needed. We are willing to proceed with that. We need to enhance areas outside Athens, and we need to have prescriptions with more logical treatments. This is a solution as part of a part of the problem faced by Europe. Disinvestment, R&D, scientists in remaining in Europe is something that we try to solve in Greece. We as a company have been implementing after 2018, and we are proud an investment program that will end with 160,000 square meters of production. In the end, we will have more than 1,800 employees, and we will be able to cover part of the needs of the Greek patients. Thank you, Mr. Trifon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we see that the Greek pharma industry plays a very important role and cover the needs of more than 140 million euros of 40 million European citizens. Of course, in our hospitals, the share of generics produced by the pharma industry should be increased. But Mr. Trifonos talked to us about two major investments. One is the first one has to do with the 1.23 billion euros of financial investment, but the most important investment is the one in human resources and knowledge. What the European Union tells us is we move towards a knowledge-based society. And in this European challenge, the Greek pharma industry is playing a pivotal role. And in order to remember what Martin Sand has said, a Nobel winner in economics, that in finance, that the most important investment for a country is the one that is driven by its human resources. So let's hope that we're going to have a repatriation wave in order to have the so-called brain regain, as we call it, following the brain drain we used to suffer in the past. Now, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say the following. Early in the morning, we read the report that was issued by the RRF and the Ministry of Development on, it's actually the report issued by the European by the RRF service that presented a very good picture for Greece. And let me quote, increase of GDP 2.2% in 2024, 2.3% in 2025. Decrease in inflation. Adrian, important drop, 9.3%, now it's 4.2%. Significant improvement in the sovereign GDP to sovereign debt to GDP ratio. Now it's 162 out of 210%. unemployment rate. During the crisis, it used to be very high. Now, in March 2024, now we are at 10.2%. Competitiveness. It is the study presents Greece as one of the most competitive countries. And in English, we would say, blimey, is it really? Now, productivity. It's on the uprise. And indeed, we have reforms taking place. And we heard about the very radical reforms taking place in order to decrease the backlog and the burden that comes from the past. I'm talking about administrative load and bureaucracy. So, dear Minister, you have always been a futurologist, looking forward and forecasting the future. So, from your position, because you met the Prime Minister and you came here to the Economist Hall, what is your forecast for the future? You're talking about healthcare. We heard the favorable scenario, the best case scenario. I'm not giving forecasts, all right? I'm not a foreteller. There is a saying in Greece that was in ancient Greek, saying that, freely translated, is that if you foretell something after it happens, you're an ass, freely translated. So I can predict what will happen, but I always have to take into account the risk of an ever-changing world. Now, talking about the healthcare system in Greece, the reforms currently in the pipeline, which are the most densely performed ever, and I'm not talking about the private reforms, that's something structural, because in Greece we're going to have an EMR fully operational next year. We have the level of e-prescription in Greece is 100%. It's just Greece and Estonia to have done that. Now there will be another ministerial decision to have tourists also using e-prescription in Greece. Then we will add in the e-prescription platform all drugs, so we can know exactly what we spend and where. Following the platform we built this year in the ministry, we monitor all available drugs and their inventories. We can see exports. We may obstruct exports that might lead to shortages, because shortages sometimes are the result of parallel exports, as we call them. And we will be able to check them, monitor them very efficiently. This is something discussed in the Council of Health Ministers as a best practice that Greece was able to introduce in Europe, and we were praised for that. The biggest challenge for us and for other countries is the lack of human resources towards Northern Europe from South Europe, and as a result we have an additional pressure on the workforce, because big part of the population goes to live in Northern Europe because they're getting paid better there. So this is the major challenge for the future. Generally speaking, I am optimistic. Now we have new tools. We can have triage using AI, so we can filter the outpatients better. This will improve the waiting time in our outpatients, and as a result of that, patients will suffer less, and we are moving fast in that. Despite the grumpy nature, the grumpiness in our DNA, as the speaker said, I heard. Okay, a friend of mine shared with me his testimonial from the NHS in the UK. His son broke his leg. He was taken to the hospital. There was nothing major for his health. So the appointment for his leg was booked in July 2nd. He broke his leg in June 15th. So the father went there, brought the son back. Now he had his operation in the Greek hospital and he's recovering. We're not that bad as people believe. People believe that we are so bad. No, we are not. All national healthcare systems have their own challenges. Because somebody said, I went to the outpatient and I waited for 5 hours. I don't want you to wait for 5 hours, but is there any national healthcare system where nobody is in the waiting list in the outpatients? No, you're a professor, tell us. Because lots of people go to the same space, so the doctors have to have some kind of waiting list. Priority is judged depending on the emergency. Someone must wait a bit more, some others will have to wait a bit less. So anyway, Generally speaking, Greece is moving fast in terms of reforms. We absorb EU funds at a very high rate. We're one of the top countries in that. Greece allocated lots of funds through the RRF to the healthcare system, which will enable the system to become much better in the future, because now we remain a paradigm for European countries, because we used to be the scapegoat or the underdog. Now we are a paradigm for the European Union in terms of the use of IT in the healthcare system, and we give the best practice to Europe. And I think that if we are well intended, everything will go fine. We live in a very interesting era. New treatments, new technologies, new innovations are coming in at the disposal of patients. We're talking about life-saving innovations. I love innovation, and during the council meeting last week in Luxembourg, we said that we do want innovation in Europe. We believe in innovation, but this innovation, because the president of PEF is here, is also driven by challenges in spend, because one has to find a balance between innovation and spending money, available money that you have. So to some extent, I think we are on a good track. People will see that even more vividly in the years to come, because we have massive reforms taking place now, and they will take some time to deliver. Let me say one thing about the investment clawback. That was the first law I voted in October 2019 as a Minister of Health. It delivered amazingly. I'm talking about 1.6 billion euros of investments mobilized through that instrument for the years 2020-2026. It has been an amazing facility for the Greek economy, because exports were doubled or tripled. I'm talking about Greek drugs exported to Europe and other countries through this facility. I totally support this tool even after the RRF is over. Mr. Trifon, I support the increase of the money spent by the Greek state for this facility, because this facility has proven that the money you spend for this one you will get it in return many more times more in terms of clinical trials, exams, new drugs, etc. And I think our government, in the context of our budget restraints, will be used. I'd like to invite Mr. Papadimitриou and all companies, the multinationals, I invite them to come and invest massively in Greece, not just on clinical trials. Don't hold yourselves. You are most welcome. And as you have seen, we have simplified the licensing procedure for clinical trials, etc., because you are welcome. Both this is something to the benefit of our investment profile, our patients, and the companies. And we claim productive investments to come to Greece, together with my colleague, Mr. Theodorakis. We have started a big effort to invite more investments, and I think we're going to have some great announcements to make in the coming period. And given that Nikki Kerameos, my beloved colleague, is here, Nikki, we need workforce also in the health system. Nikki has proven that she's very effective wherever she goes. I didn't have the time. She will find the key to unlock and expedite the development of workforce, because this is the bottleneck, as we call it, in order for more investments to come and take it one step higher. Tripolis is actually being transformed. It's turning into a pharmaceutical hub. It's worth visiting, thanks to Demos and investments by Demos and Elpen. Let me say condolences for the death of Stavros Demos, one of the patriarchs of Greek medicine. He has written a golden history in Greece. I have had the honor of meeting him in the past, so I remain very optimistic. So we are in lack of workforce, but efforts are being made. It's a pan-European challenge, right? And the challenge is not an easy one to tackle. I hope that we will get more human resources. We have access to new services and new drugs, and allow me to say the following. Let me share my son's experience. He broke his leg. He went to the British NHS.
Being to have an aspirin, and then I'll see you back in a fortnight if that's all right with you. I'm sorry about the sarcasm. I have tremendous respect. I was brought up in the British NHS, but unfortunately, this is reality. Adrian, I will come back to you, actually. So we have so many challenges, so many dynamic aspects across Europe. We have a divide north-south, east-west, and you have a dynamic investment profiles across all the countries. How you, Medicine for Europe, as a director, you would envisage the recent challenges of unmet needs, affordability, because we have catastrophic expenditures on pharmaceutical industry, catastrophic expenditures because they cannot afford to buy nowadays expensive therapies. So what is your strategy in these challenges and how you're going to confront these European problems?
Yeah, well, I think the minister pointed it out very, very clearly. All countries in Europe are facing challenges with human resources, with managing the healthcare system, with the affordability of medicines for healthcare. So what we are trying to do is bring greater security of supply of medicines to the patients so that the patient can actually get a medicine if they go to the pharmacy or they go to the hospital. And secondly, we're trying to bring a new form of innovation, value-added medicines innovation, that any country in Europe can afford and that will help the hospitals better manage their human resource challenge, that will help the patients to self-manage themselves so that you can reduce the stress on the healthcare workforce. Because even if you invest now in more doctors, more nurses, more hospital pharmacists and the like, it's going to take several years before you get there. So we need to think more creatively in this space if we really want to solve it. The other thing is on the manufacturing side. So Minister Georgiadis, what he did with the RRF and the clawback here, he will probably remember at this time, it was an extremely difficult negotiation for Greece with the European Union to be able to do this.
We met each other.
We met each other at that time because we thought it was so important, not just for Greece, but for all European countries. Because the reality is, the European Union, when it comes to pharmaceutical production, has extremely strict rules, too strict rules. And so therefore, the minister has to dance around, do multiple cartwheels in various different guises and forms to be able to provide any support. Even if we see the results from the RRF reform that was done here in Greece are multiples of the public investment. It's a booster. And so we need to look in the European Union now at making these rules more flexible. There's something called the Critical Medicines Alliance, which will lead to a Critical Medicines Act, which will enable this everywhere across Europe. And Greece, of course, has a huge potential to expand even further its pharmaceutical production for Greek patients, for patients in the rest of Europe, for security. But for that, we need more flexibility in the EU rules. It's been done for microchips. It's been done for other industrial sectors. We think medicines are equally, if not more, critical.
Obviously, you have a dynamic role, and we very much welcome this, and congratulations for your initiatives. Κύριε Τρίφωνα, αγαπητέ Θεόδωρε, ποιες είναι οι προκλήσεις και ποιο είναι το μέλλον?
What are the challenges and what is the future of the Greek pharma industry in our country? Of course, we all ask for more investment. I remember when I was young, Sibagagi, Greek pharma industry, how does it perceive the new challenges? What is the future? Thank you for the question. We have a good example in the last 5 years how you can, in a sector which is good to cover your needs. We have the example of productive growth. I am president of a very dynamic sector. I see a lot of colleagues here. This is an example of PPPs, how businesses can combine with other capitals. And if we can do it, other sectors can do it. The big challenge comes from the problems of the past. In the last years, we do have a financial gap in the pharma industry, and we also have delays in reforms. We have limited resources, and on the one hand, you have to evaluate innovation, how the new drugs can enter the system, which patients. We need to help the state to find solutions, and then generics and all the medicines, how to find their ways. These policies should accelerate. We are in constant contact with the minister. We don't want the ship to fall on the rocks once again. And the second part, how to proceed with this, incentivize production, and foreign industries also can, with the clinical trials, do get incentives to invest. Well, all this in a difficult Europe that we expect to change route. We have the examples of the United States that give incentives, and we are in cooperation with Adrian to find solutions. Well, everybody says, please finish. So at this point, I would like to congratulate the minister, the government. We have a positive future for our country. We are experiencing a financial spring. We have a growth higher than the EU average. We have an investment profile from the Ministry of Health, but let's give a round of applause to all our panelists and thank them for their participation here.
Adrian, please.
Oh, Adrian, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Get together going on there. Thank you. Let's move swiftly on from waiting lists at the National Health Service in Great Britain. Not a particularly happy topic for me. We're going to change pace. We're going to have a fairly brief session now, but we're going to look at, we're going to be going back into the green agenda and the sustainability agenda. We're going to look at the circular economy. The circular economy is an interesting concept, the idea that we can take stuff that we finished with and use it to make new stuff. But it's a bit more than just recycling. It's really about squeezing out the need to bring in new inputs by using as much as possible of what we've already used to make new things. So I'm really interested, it's really an agenda of ambition, and I'm really interested to see, with our two ministers on the panel today, where the ambitions of the Greek government lie. So let me invite up to join me on the stage without any further ado, Minister of Development for Greece, Takis Theodorikakos. Please come and join me, and Nikki Kadameos, who's the Minister of Labour and Social Security here in Greece. Please come and join me, you're both very welcome. And we're going to have a business perspective as well on this topic from Panagiotis Mourgos, who's the Managing Director at Texan Environmental Management. Panagiotis, please join us. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Panagiotis, are you with us? Oh, yeah. Hi. We're missing Mr. Theodorakakis. Hi. I'm very well. Please take a seat. We don't have long, so let's move very quickly. I want to give you each just a couple of minutes, a minute or two, to give us your first thoughts on this topic, and then we move straight into some questions. First of all, your thoughts, please. What does circular economy mean to the government?
First of all, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Can we have the microphone up, please?
1, 2, okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a true honor and privilege to be here once again for for this great conference. I'm told to switch to Greek, so
that's fine.
We are here to discuss an important issue. It has to do with circular and economy perspectives, prospects for investment and new jobs. And I will start by the following. It is a fact that for many years the model of economy was linear. Production, consumption, and waste. That means that lifespan of products very short, production on deplete of resources, and a lot of waste. Now we have approved by the EU a project for circular economy. That means change of mentality, change of the model, innovation of materials, change of daily habits, recycling, ecological design, but that also includes a philosophical approach. In other words, how we perceive our position in the global ecosystem and how we identify your relations with nature. On the one hand, all of us want growth, but environmental sustainability. And achieving sustainability does not mean that we need to decrease competitiveness. Latest data are quite positive, and the latest data show that circular economy will create more than 2 million new jobs. It is expected also to bring savings for industries that might reach 8% of their annual turnover. All these require investments, but also investment to manpower via reskilling and upskilling, investment in skills that are necessary to accompany this big transformation of the economy, and by placing emphasis on circular economy.
Something that can be as aspirational as the circular economy is often seen as imposing a cost on a government because, introducing, you need to find new skills, you need to develop new techniques. Do you see it as a cost, or do you see it as an opportunity to reduce cost in the economy? I'm sorry, I was asking you. Yeah.
I think that it's a big opportunity for investments. We have the incentives to proceed with them. As I said earlier, the data shows that circular economy does not lead to decrease of competitiveness. It can lead to higher competitiveness. So it is an opportunity for growth, for creation of new jobs in state-of-the-art sectors, and in order to save savings for industries. As I said, the data of the Commission are impressive. We talk about a net saving to 600 billion and a saving of 8% in annually in the turnover of companies. So the message is circular economy. It doesn't mean decrease of productivity. The challenge is to combine all these and protect the environment.
You're fairly new to the portfolio, just a few weeks, I believe. But this is a kind of one of the long-term strategic projects of the government. So how are you finding it newly in the role, and how are you adapting government policy to this requirement?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in your forum. Αξιότιμη κυρία Υπουργέ, αγαπητή Νίκη, αξιότιμη.
Dear Nikki, representative of the business community, dear friends, initially I would like to say that I was glad to accept this invitation in this forum and the specific panel, even though I am not in my post for long. Attracting investments in Greece is one of my
Ελληνικής οικονομίας είναι ένα σημαντικός τομέας που
responsibilities as a Ministry of Development. It is my satisfaction is great because in this panel we have a representative of the business community from circular economy, Mr. Morgos from Tehran, who has proven practically that Greece is an attractive destination for American investments in the sector of recycling and circular economy. Our government, New Democracy and Kyriakos Mitsotakis, is dealing with challenges and opportunities in all sectors of economy. And initially, I would like to express my gratitude that the new Minister of Labor and Social Security is with us, because attracting investment and creation of new jobs are the simultaneous targets of the government. I need to highlight that sustainable development and green transition are priority. Since day one, Kyriakos Mitsotakis became responsible for Greece since 2019, and this is one of our main goals and objectives. Positive steps have been taken, making Greece a pioneer in green transition throughout the EU. In order to understand the importance of green transition, known as European Green Deal, the framework with a plan of investments in this framework, this Green Deal investment plan aims at activating 1 trillion euros of sustainable investments by 2030. This is a huge amount of money, as you can understand, and of course concerns both public and private investments, focusing on climate neutral and competitive economy. The main goal of the Ministry of Development, responsible for attracting investment, is to mobilize these investment funds in green transition, creating an attractive investment environment for foreigners and Greek investors. And I believe that we have a lot to do in order to make this environment more attractive and simplify all procedures. From the first day I went to this ministry, 2.5 weeks ago is to create a new sustainable productive model in our country. We want to create a multi-level action plan that give incentives to companies to invest in order for Greece to attract investments from abroad mainly, to have more funds in the Greek economy that will leverage more capital. And a lot of the funds will go to green growth. The Ministry of Development, besides trade and handling the cost of life, which is the focal point of the Greek government, other sectors we have in the ministry in our ministry is industries, research and development. All these sectors are directly linked to the productive model of the country. So today, as a general framework, I need to say that I will place emphasis on those sectors: industry, research and innovation, attracting investments and technology in order to increase investments, to help businesses grow, increase public revenues via taxation, and creating more permanent, well-paid jobs, as that will be expressed through the labor market, the Labor and Social Security Ministry. In politics, we are judged by the results, not by our words. And I need to say that the Hans investments in circular economy proves that the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis is serious when it talks about certain things and focuses on sustainability and the environment. In December 2019, before we had the pandemic, I accompanied, as a Ministry of the Interior, the Prime Minister in Tehan's launching for the first factory of Tehan in Greece, outside the United States. The European Commission presented the European Green Investment Plan on the 14th of January 2020. A few weeks later, that proves that Greece can be a pioneer and be an innovator in some sectors and become a role model towards where we should head. So I give the rest of the time to my other participants. From this point of view, the Ministry of Development will play the role of a catalyst in order to create a new productive model for Greece, to contribute actively to improvement of the condition of social cohesion and prosperity of the citizens of our country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Borgos, you've seen all of this from the other side. You represent an organization that brings in foreign investment that's dedicated to machinery that helps people recycle a range of different materials. How receptive have you found the Greek economy on the one hand and government on the other hand to the offering that your company brings?
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. In the 28th Economist Conference, we have been supporting the conference as a golden sponsor. We believe that businesses should contribute to the public debate and the demonstration of best practices, especially when, given that this conference deals with environment in a very in a very critical way. So, dear Minister of Development, dear Minister of Labour Affairs, dear friends, we're really happy to underscore the catalytic cooperation we have had with the Greek economy in order to promote new investments and create new jobs. As the Minister said, in June 2019 we have had the inauguration of a plant with the presence of the Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis and the U.S. Ambassador in Athens, Mr. Pachuni and Mr. Payet, at a time when Greece has been selected as the right place to have this kind of investments, which means that Greece has been an attractive investment destination since then. This also means that Greece has the right workforce to support such an investment. At the same time, Greece is the right hub to promote this U.S. built recycling machinery. So this proves that our country can innovate, can be a pioneer, and also become a point of reference in the world of recycling. In order to reply to your question, that our cooperation with both competent ministries, actually the first minister is the Minister of Development and Investments, plus our collaboration with the Ministry of Environment has been critical because our country now has an impeccable, let's say, regulatory framework. So for one to design investment, this is the right place to be. And at the same time, we have important policies in place that support these investments. Let me highlight that our collaboration with DIPA, DIPA is the Public Unemployment Agency, in order to come up with courses and programs, which means that there is a plan in order to satisfy the needs of the market and have companies coming to Greece and add value to the country. During our inauguration in 2019, we have promised for 90 new jobs. Currently, we have 400 new jobs, and we have been committed that as of from 2021 until 2031, we're going to have 1,000 new well-paid jobs. This means that circular economy creates new jobs, drives social cohesion, because that's something that the minister said before. We always have to think about social cohesion. That's why companies have also to launch important CSR programs relating to the needs, to the requirements of the society, so that their profits may be returned in the form of a social dividend. That's why the group of Tehan has launched a massive CSR program. We actually give 1 million euros and you decide how to use it. So the citizens voted for that. It was an innovative program, and the citizens were the ones to decide where this 1 million euros will be paid to. It was an open voting process, lots of proposals. We split the voting in 4 areas: environment, health, education, and education. And so the citizens voted for the actions to be sponsored, and we will announce the results. So, ending, it is important that the Kyriakos Mitsotakis government and his ministers, now we have the honor of working with Mr. Theodorikakos, who has also been a Minister of Internal Affairs, so he knows very well what recycling and reuse is about, and Ms. Kerameos, who has been also in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So these are all areas that are critical for us. So as a result of this cooperation, I think we will come up with even better results, and we, the group of Tehan, promise to exceed the goal we have set for new jobs creation, so that we can offer to our society this social dividend by means of new jobs and by attracting more investments in circular economy, which, as the minister said, a critical field for development across Europe. So this is a great opportunity we have. Thank you very, very much.
We are, of course, quite short of time, but I want to come back to you on a couple of questions for the ministers in particular. The first one is already emerged here that, you know, it's inevitable in a two-term government. There's quite a lot of movement in ministries and between portfolios, and between the two of you, you've shared quite a lot of different roles. So I just wonder what that brings. How does that affect your views on how you implement this policy in your ministry now? How is that affected by the ministries, the portfolios that you've held previously? First to you.
Thank you very much for this question. Truth be told, this is the 5th year of the governments under Kyriakos Mitsotakis. There have been changes indeed, but this also highlights the cohesion within the cabinet. With Takis Theodorikakos, we have been collaborating in the past. I have been a Minister of Education. He used to be the Minister of Protection of the Citizen. So all these things come together in a way. What we're currently discussing right here, we're talking about investments, employment, new jobs creation. Let me just give you an example. The links between Ministry of Education and Internal Affairs, unbreakable link, because if one tries to identify the needs of the market, what are the kind of professions we are sort of, what are the things that the private sector is telling us, what kind of skills do we miss? So what should be the starting point? The starting point should be to have a close collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Internal Affairs, so we can identify the needs early enough and orientate the educational system so we can provide people with the right information. Let me tell you something. We're talking about green growth, green development, right? How can we have such a thing unless we have engineers and experts in renewables? Because as Mr. Theodorikakos said before, our country is a pioneer in green energy, green technologies, but there is great room for improvement in developing the right human resources and the technical expertise needed. How can we have this osmosis between the Ministry of Labour and the Ministry of Education by giving these specializations as courses, let's say, in the technical universities of Greece? For instance, software developers. Amazing profession. There's a huge demand for software developers in our country. We have to provide that through our educational system, so we can also emit a message that this is what the market is looking for. So it's up to you, young people, to make up your mind whether you would like to follow this path or not. But the obligation of the state is to be coordinated, and that's what's the case with me and Mr. Theodorikakos, so that we can meet this common goal, which is financial growth, prosperity for our citizens, and creation of new jobs and enhancement of employment. Another example. Currently, under Kyriakos Mitsotakis, we can have in our country the so-called vocational postgraduate studies. So we have courses in collaboration with companies adjusted and tailor-made to the needs of the market. Then there is a link for these graduates to enter the marketplace, to enter the labor market, and of course there's a great probability that they will be hired by the companies themselves. This is another classical example of osmosis between the Ministry of Education and the university-level courses offered, and in order actually to offer the kind of knowledge needed in the labor market, and the extent to which this is coupled with specific employment schemes. I think that all these things come together very smoothly, and I think this panel shows that there has to be a cohesion between the government, the ministries, the private sector, and the individual ministries, because we are all the links of the same chain, and we all have a common goal, and the common goal is to have the highest levels of prosperity for our citizens, and of course the highest possible financial growth. If you allow me, taking the relay from my dear colleague, Mrs. Niki Kerameus, let me generalize it a bit. Following your question, dear moderator, what allows for this cooperation, for this coordination, and for the effective synergy between the ministries under the presidency of Kyriakos Mitsotakis for the past 5 years is that We work as a team, and we are all team players, as the speaker said. We share the same vision, the same plan about the present and the future of our country. This is the common vision that will help us all to put aside all selfishness, think about the team, and make common use and utilize commonly all the experiences we have had in previous ministries, in previous positions we used to hold. And as a result of that, we also are able to use the technocratic adequacy and the expertise of the ministries and their partners, their collaborators, in order to materialize this goal. This vision, to a great extent, is what drives Greece safely amidst let's say, turbulent waters, because in our neighborhood currently we have two wars raging. We have the illegal Russian aggression to Ukraine and, of course, the tragic events in the Gaza Strip. So Greece represents an oasis of stability, and in order for this to remain so, we need a new productive model featuring more innovation, extroversion, green transition, circular economy, by means of which we will be able to save costs, become more competitive as a result of that, and create, as Nikki said, many new tens of thousands well-paid jobs, because this is what will judge whether we have been successful or not, is whether the dividends of success is allocated amongst citizens, ensuring social cohesion and prosperity. This is our vision. This is what we serve all together in this cabinet. Thank you.
There's almost a metaphorical example of the circular economy in action, bringing their ministerial skills from one role to another. Unfortunately, we don't have any time to explore that any further, but in the meantime, do join me in thanking a fantastic panel and a fascinating subject. Thanks very much. I'm going to hand across to Joan now for the next session. Thank you. Very good choice of wardrobe, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Alistair. I'm not going to waste any time because we are keeping you from your lunch, but we've got a very important session now, transport and infrastructure. And I'm going to, first of all, invite the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic, Christos Staikouras, to join me on the stage, and we're going to hear an update on everything that's been happening. So, Minister, I know you're not giving an official speech, but you're going to address some of the bullet points that we've put here about infrastructure projects, connectivity, and safety.
I
would like to thank, starting for once again, the Economist for this exceptional initiative, allowing us politicians to give an overview of what we have done, keeping a track record of what we say and what we do. I am one of those who has the honor to talk to you quite often. So we need to talk about sustainable transport and resilient infrastructures. We have two problems. One coming from climate change, as we have talked with the Prime Minister in Europe. Europe has two challenges: mitigation and adaptation in this field. We need to have resources, European resources, to achieve green transition And at the same time, we need to have resources to deal with the consequences of climate change. So we need resilient infrastructure. What is the problem with transport? According to the recent report of all transport ministers, was the 40% of CO2 emissions in 2030 will come from transport. So we need sustainable transport, resilient infrastructure, and green transport. That is what we had in mind from day one in the ministry in order to implement projects to create a new generation of infrastructure to support sustainable urban mobility, enhance the security of transport, priorities and actions. The first is public works. Whatever we have been committed to do in the past, we have implemented. We have delivered roads, E65 in central Greece. In 2025, we have finished with the road Patra-Pyrgos. We will have the metro in Thessaloniki and the extension to Kalamaria the second semester of 2025. The flyover will finish in Thessaloniki in 2027. The road Bralos-Amphissa will finish in 2025. The airport in Castello has finished. Generally speaking, I gave you some of the priorities and half of the big projects that are have been implemented or are on its way to implementation and finish soon. The second pillar is smaller projects in our budgets, huge with huge social impact in education, in justice, in security, safety, via the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, like buildings, for example. The third pillar is to have interventions in land works and anti-flood works. On Friday, with the Prime Minister, we will visit Lefkada Island to inaugurate a watering project in the wider area. This kind of projects and similar ones that are co-funded by the EU are under implementation for the next period. The third pillar is watering projects, anti-flood projects, and I can give you a long list of them. The fourth pillar is to restore these damages from natural disasters for us in the ministry and for the government. Daniel was an unexpected event. It will cost 3.5 billion euros in the budget. For our ministry, 1.4 billion. 600 million was given from RRF. These projects, these contracts will finish in the summer so as to be implemented soon, to have new roads, railway lines and other infrastructures starting from September, and also schools will be restored within the next period. The fifth pillar is not new infrastructure, but the resilience of the existing infrastructure. So we have created a registry in order to assess the resilience of bridges. because in Greece, and I'm afraid throughout Europe, we are talking about new projects without talking about the resilience of the old ones. These are 5 pillars in infrastructure, transport, e-mobility. We promote e-mobility in vehicles, motorbikes, and bikes. 9,000 of our citizens have been subsidized in order to promote e-mobility. The second pillar is the new fleet of electric buses. This morning, with the Prime Minister, visited the depot of OSI, and we saw the fleet, the new fleet of e-buses in Athens. It is the first time, I remind you, that Greece has e-buses, electric buses, and it is the first time we have new buses in OSI since 2009. So we are committed that these 250 electric buses that are in Athens and Thessaloniki, 300 buses of natural gas, 211 new buses in eastern and western Attica, new leasing of buses, electric ones and diesel ones will circulate in the roads of Athens. So we will withdraw the old buses and we will introduce these new ones in order to facilitate all the citizens, and including those with mobility problems. And the third pillar is beyond digitization of services, is further enhancement of security of transport, of all kinds of transport. We will use a new code of transport that will be presented publicly soon. So I codified all the projects that we have implemented. From the previous time, I had the opportunity to talk to you and what we are going to implement in the time to come, so as to be assessed in our future communication. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. That pretty whirlwind and comprehensive view of the projects that your ministry is undertaking. If I may, before I call our other two speakers to the stage, just to follow up about a couple of things. Maybe just to say a little bit more about the railroads, the trains projects, you know, some of the issues that were highlighted by the Tempe crash. Maybe you could just give us an update on some of those projects. And my second question pertains to the funding issue, because obviously RRF has been critical. A new chapter was introduced on the green transition. But more is needed. Some emergency funds have been made available to Greece after these disasters. Are you hopeful that there will be a follow-up in terms of financing for, the Prime Minister mentioned last night, so maybe you can tell us a bit more.
Let me start with your second question. Funds of financing. The first source of financing, something that you highlighted and I mentioned before, is the RRF. Indeed, I confirm what is obvious, that we have no more new projects to be financed by the RRF. We have already the list of projects underway, but in the ministry we have 2.2 billion euros. So we have 2.2 billion worth of projects to materialize. Now, as for the public investments, annually we used to have 320 to 330 million euros every year. in the review of the budget that will take place in the coming weeks by the Ministry of Finance, because of the fact that the budget is absolutely on track and the fiscal space that is being systematically created every year, this increase will be fixed, and we will reach 350 to 360 million euros on an annual basis. So the national investments budget is standardized, and we will have interventions. We're going to have interventions to be carried out in order to have a new generation of projects, mainly in Attica, in collaboration with members of the cabinet and the Prime Minister. Third source, the EU structural funds like the NSRF and other facilities. Fourth source, the European Investment Bank. For instance, some of the counter-flooding projects in Crete have been contracted using the financing by the EIB. So this is something on top of the fiscal space we already have. Fifth source of financing, the private sector, because now we have projects on the basis of concession, as we call it, or contracts between the public and the private sector. So what we need is proper financing by the banks to the private sector in order to materialize and implement the projects. Last source of financing, the public budget sometimes, the projects sometimes are being completed on time with savings, so we have fiscal space being created. Now, first question, the railway. We have two parts here. The first one is to strengthen the safety in the Greek rail transports, and the second is to have investments in the pipeline by making use of EU structural funds in order to combine that with the previous question, the CEF, Connect Europe facility 2.0, ahead of the third version. In September 23 and November 23, we finalized all the contracts for the signaling and telecommand and ECTS level 1 system installed along the track, as it was a promise and commitment towards the Greek citizens and the Europeans in 2023. Of course, because of the natural disaster, we have an issue in Thessaly when it comes to these contracts. We will restore the infrastructure. We will build more resilient infrastructure by the end of 2025. In fact, we have the ECTS level 1 contract already being implemented on the wagons. 32 wagons have already been fitted with this new system. Let me tell you something. 14% of European railways, no more than 14% of European railways have these systems in place, and we are now catching up with them. As for the budget of the Greek railway, it was increased up to 75 million euros, so we can have ongoing interventions to ensure and strengthen the security along the tracks. In collaboration with the Europeans and in the context of the RRF, we are ready for a big reform of the Greek railway. No party has objected to that. Nobody has objected to that. We're talking about the consolidation of operators, EOSE, Trenose, and EOSE, in one entity, so that we will have centralized control of the operation. So we have cameras set in place across the country. We have mitigated all the problems of junctions because we have had an emergency funding of 25 million euros for that. And my reply is closes with the following. We have secured financing, and we are striving for more in the context of a proposal submitted for the Connect Europe facility envelope. There's a quota for Greece there, so we added for more money, we asked for more money because we have 2 more corridors under the new TEN-T. The new corridor is the 3 Seas corridor. It starts from Greece, actually from Alexandroupoli, and then through Bulgaria, Romania, goes as high as Ukraine. And then we have the Western Balkans corridor, and then through Thessaloniki, through Promachonas and Idomeni, depends. We will go northbound, one through Sofia, and the other corridor will be through Budapest and Belgrade. So we can invest at the European level now, because now the funding, actually Europe funds the railway, not road works, because it's greener and more transport friendly. So we are optimistic that great part of this financing for new projects, for the extension of the railway system like Alexandroupoli or Idomeneo, will be covered by means of European funds. I believe that we have done a very serious proposal to our European counterparts.
Thanks for that. Thanks for answering in such detail and also for adding in about the interconnectivity, obviously critical for Greece and for those countries in the Three Seas corridor in the Western Balkans. Let me now ask our two other speakers to join me and to on the stage. Thanasis Kontogeorgis, Deputy Prime Minister to the Prime Minister, and welcome, and Stefanos Ayasoliou, who is the CEO of Public Road Transport. And gentlemen, as you know, we're up against time, as you know, so it would just be good to hear from both of you and any of your responses to what the Minister has said, but also to hear about your own priorities. So over to you very quickly. If we can keep it brief, we might even have time for a question.
Thank you, John. It was sometime after the general elections last year when we discussed about the evolution in the RRF and the reforms that the government intended to carry out. Now, we will have a very brief chat, as you desire, about something which has a social, financial, and political value. That's why I would like to mention that, because now the debate in Europe, maybe not that intense debate, it wasn't as intense as it should be, perhaps. It's a discussion about the prosperity and the wellness of our citizens, and regions have a role to play. Transports actually determine the level of growth at regional level. But at the same time, this debate is very important because currently there is a correlation between the regional growth rate with the votes to Euroscepticists. This means a lot domestically because, John, we were very quick to realize that there is a very weak link between the policies implemented by the central government and the regional policies and the local policies. And in order to strengthen this link, this relation, we decided to build regional growth and development plans that are now being enhanced with KPIs. Why? Because we realized three things. A, there are inequalities beyond the general KPIs in terms of infrastructure, because there is some kind of design coming from the plan, and we have inequalities in terms of infrastructure, for instance, counter-flooding works, down to waste management, or projects that relate to the citizens' daily lives, or projects that relate to supply chain and value chains. So this design was deficient. We're moving forward with that, following a very intensive work in collaboration with the regions of our country. We currently have, for the very first time in our country, a very dense and detailed list of the projects underway in our country, which allows us to quickly identify where we have deficiencies, where we have weaknesses, and what are the reasons for those bottlenecks, allowing us to intervene swiftly. And this intervention is very critical in order for the projects to be expedited and at the same time channel the financing given the difficult circumstances. But, you know, this kind of difficult circumstances will not happen again in the future, because we have these financing tools to change the direction and allocate money properly when there is a need. And maybe you can see a small sign of this work in the erga.gr website with all the projects in our country. and in collaboration with the minister and the regions, we will try in a very rational way to introduce critical KPIs and as a result foster cooperation and a common direction for whatever a region might need, because there is one region that needs more roads. That's why we have the E65 highway. The minister played a very important role. There is another region and they need other star-like interventions, or maybe they need interventions in terms of urban development. There used to be huge inequalities between the urban centers and the countryside. So this direction we're moving towards. This is our plan. That's why regional decentralization and development, and that's my ending point, is a critical, primordial priority for our country.
Thanks. Yeah, really. I know we've picked up on that previously, but on the regional inequalities within Greece as well, and we shouldn't forget about that. So good to hear about that. So Stefanos, we've already heard about, and this was a project we talked a little bit about last year, the plans for the rollout of the e-buses in Athens. So it's actually happened, and the minister told me everybody got up at 6 o'clock and went to 5 o'clock, okay, and went there for 6 o'clock maybe, and heard about that. So, but if you can update us a little bit as well, a bit more about what's happening in terms of the road system in Greece.
Joan,
it is a great pleasure to see you again after a year. Congratulations for the conference. I need to say that what we said a year ago, as the minister said, that it was seen by the Prime Minister today, we took a step forward. In 2024 is a landmark year for public road transport for Athens and Thessaloniki, because eventually we started renewing the fleet. After 2009, for the first time, we took a step forward in technology. We changed mobility technology. Practically speaking, these 250 e-buses in Athena and Thessaloniki is the first step for e-mobility in Greece, because as a heavy industry, transportation that we are part now of e-mobility. In the last years, we had difficulties with the pandemic, the war. We had to face this situation, but we were getting ready at the same time. E-buses are here. We have started with them. We now have natural gas buses on their way. 300 of them. We will have 900 buses environmentally friendly within a year from now. But we used the European resources via the Horizon program and CEF2 in order to take a step further with public transport, hydro mobility. One of the three projects of hydrogen financed by Horizon is in Greece. So we have approved the money to have 2 buses of hydrogen and be part of our fleet within 2024 to try and see how hydrogen operates and works. So in the next tender phase that the ministry has ready to announce the new 750 e-buses, and we will have 100 hydrogen buses. In the next 2 years, we will have them, and we will have the know-how available to operate as we need to operate to the benefit of the citizens of Athens and Thessaloniki. Through CEF2, as the minister said, we have approved financing in order to create hydrogen stations in the depot of OC. So, along with the electric ones, we will have a step to the future.
Before we close, I just wanted to ask about reparation as well in relation to the disastrous rains and flooding that occurred last year, and whether you've been able to repair all the damage, or whether that's going to be an ongoing project. Just to hear an update about that, the reparation of the roads from the flooding and damage. So, any of you?
I think I touched upon this thing. More precisely, in the summer, we will finish the tenders so as to proceed with the reparation of roads and bridges in central Greece, in Thessaly. 900 million euros is the cost to finish with interventions in 1,000 points at the end of 2025. 463 million will be the reparation of damage in the railway and 2 vertical railways, Larissa Volos and Parafasaro Kalabaka. We will finish all this by the end of 2024, and we have tenders for the reparation of schools as well. Projects are underway. We will have finished from September to December 2024, within the next months, that is. If you allow me, John, if you remember, when we have the disaster occurred, we went to Brussels with the Prime Minister to get some resources and the flexibility in order to repair things. And we had the RRF funds and NSRF and other funds. What is valuable to say is that there is a cost that we need to see how to find this money, but the huge cost has to do with anti-flooding works. That is why we change the law how to jointly manage the water resources. So we will have one agency responsible for managing all things that have to do with waters, resilience of infrastructure and adjustment of infrastructure, and financing of these works with local and European resources is something that need open, and the Prime Minister has talked about them in Europe, and they...
Anything to add? I'm going to bring this session to a close, and thank you so much. I think we're all a lot more knowledgeable now about the status of the various projects and plans for the coming year, and we'll be back, of course, next year to see how we got on. And but thank you very much. We've got the final session before lunch, so let's have a photograph, and then we'll come to the end of the sessions today. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, once again. Okay, thank you.
Thanks again. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Stefan. Thanks again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, final session of the day we got here at last, and it's a very interesting one, and I know that you've all stayed in the room to listen to this. I'm delighted to say that we've got Nikos Androulakis with us, President of PASOK, and he's going to come and share some of his thoughts with you. As you know, there's an election coming up, an internal election, and he's also going to reflect on the recent election results. Welcome. Very nice to meet you.
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to warmly thank you for the invitation. Let me start with the aftermath of the European elections, which have proven the increased lack of trust in many European countries. And of course, the follow-up was last week's results in France. There is a huge wave of abstention and turn towards extreme options. This is not the exception, it's the rule. The message that we all have to listen to, and I'm talking mainly about the progressive forces, is that unless something changes, more and more European citizens will turn to these options. So, we need inclusive policies in the economy and in the way liberal democracy works, so that millions of European citizens will stop feeling as if they are left out. And they will stop feeling that their lifetime is just about their struggle to survive with no prospect for the future. These people believe that the incumbent political and financial system works in a way that benefits only the few who have lots of privileges. In the world of economy, we, the Social Democrats, in the area of economy, we promote sustainable development, quality jobs, and decreasing inequalities. This is the triangle, and actually these inequalities currently at the European level have been exaggerated, have been exacerbated domestically and at the cross-country level, because now there is no convergence. We are in an era of divergence. It's not just the south and the north. We have other divisions as well. In Greece, if we are to have a very genuine understanding of reality and the economy, apart from the amazing growth rates for which the government of Nea Demokratia is celebrating, we will come to realize that the real domestic GDP was increased from 2019 to 2023 by no more than 5.8%. The actual annual rate was 1.1% in average. Despite the cascades of money that flowed and kept flowing in our economy through the RRF. The government is celebrating, but the positive impact of this growth is not felt by the society, and at the same time, no structural weaknesses of our marketplace and the state are being mitigated. Employment in our country remains the second highest in the European Union. We have the highest rate of employment, given that the current trade deficit in our country in the past 6 months reached 11 billion euros. Imports increased last April by 11%, but let me remind you that exports increased by 11%, apologies, but imports doubled, 20%. So consumption remains the most important component. It amounts or represents 90% of our GDP. Another alarming fact is that the funds coming from the RRF have not been used in the most efficient way, the most effective way, so we can secure sustainable and high growth rates for the future, changing thus our productive model. So according to the Bank of Greece report on the monetary policy, from 2021 to 2023, in aggregate, no more than 45% of all funds coming from the RRF received by Greece have been actually channeled into the real economy. Also, public expenses covered by the facility, by the RRF, have been way lower than the initial forecast or expectations according to the national plan. Let me say that we have the highest rates of under-execution of the RRF projects. We are just above Bulgaria and Romania. Many international organizations predict that the average annual growth rate of our GDP will be around 1%. As a result, convergence, what we are all concerned about, that mainly has to do with the GDP per capita of the Greek citizens compared to the European citizens, has become a very difficult to reach objective. According to the current facts, it will take 2 decades to do that, which is quite relative because we're talking about 2 decades without unexpected developments, with no black swans. However, the recent experience makes us feel unsafe about that. The pandemic, Putin's illegal aggression into Ukraine. We cannot invest in the stability of the environment. We need some prevention. So, for me, in my humble opinion, the plan of this government leads to a new era of inequalities. People are still waiting for the era of bailout agreements done. We're still waiting for the European funds to be used properly, but we're currently seeing more inequalities, lost opportunities, and the wealth being in the hands of the very few. This is something proven by the inflation of greediness in Greece. This inflation was 5 times higher than that in other Eurozone countries over the past 4 years, as seen, as displayed in the quarterly report by the budget office of the Greek Parliament. Greece also registers the highest drop of true income, approximately 8% from 2019 until 2023. I'm talking about income coming from wages. So we are in divergence to the EU 27. In these countries, the facts move, let's say, in parallel. In Greece, there is no such comparison. The gap is widening. For instance, the share of wages in our economy is shrinking. We have the second lowest within the EU 27, and the share of profits increases. It is the highest out of EU 27 in the EU 27. So in this context, as I said before, inequalities are not being mitigated. They are becoming permanent. According to EOVE, the top 20% of our population collected 60% of the wealth, and the lowest 20% of the population received approximately 0.2% of the income, although 20 years ago this 0.2% was 1.6%. So for PASOK, for our party, convergence with Europe, it takes more than sectoral improvements, but a new productive and social contract that will help citizens feel safe, feel that things are stable and peaceful. Our main principles are the following. Civil rights are materialized in democracy only if relying on social rights. Else, we and other countries, we will continue we will remain observers of the democratic deficit in Europe and other countries. This deficit doesn't have to do just with rule of law and institutions, which has been a case in the past with the previous government and the current government. We have had problems in the past, but mainly with the lack of civil and work and labor rights in order for people to take part in social life with dignity. With decency. That's why the priorities we have to set for the 10 years to come have to do with securing sustainable and steady growth based on a new, resilient, productive model, by means of which we will be able to finance expenses for a modern state that will tackle inequalities. That's why we propose specific access for productive redevelopment of our country and the establishment of social justice. So, more concretely, strengthening public infrastructure for the support of production and for ensuring adequacy in healthcare, education and production and accommodation. I'm talking mainly about vulnerable households and the middle class. A focus should be given on networks of transportation. For instance, railway. We are lagging behind, way behind. I'm not going to talk about Tembi. Tembi has been a revelation of the tragic status of the Greek railway network, which is extremely poor apart from that. Green transition. How are we to have a green transition? This is an anecdote, this is a joke for me. The biggest joke in our country is that some people are designing our energy future without tackling the strategic deficiencies that our country is facing when it comes to green transition. Grids, huge problems, huge weaknesses in terms of interconnections, both within the country and at the cross-border level with European countries. The first one is a domestic issue, the second is a European issue. And second, the delay in our country in order to build a regulatory framework for energy storage. The energy design of Nea Demokratia is hovering over the true facts of lack of infrastructure and the state of demand in our country. We are currently dealing with these problems. Be sure that until 2027, this will be the main challenges that we will have to face. Also, in the public debate, I have introduced the issue of accommodation, of housing, actually. I think Mr. Mitsotakis failed to listen to the alarm rung by the society. Within 4 years, rents went higher by 42% and by 41% for students. What do we need? We need exactly what other European states do. They used to have sophisticated housing systems, and they made use of the RRF, this pharaonic facility, to further strengthen the existing schemes for social housing they used to have. We had no such plans, and we also failed to use the RRF to this direction, which is something I have repeated again and again and again in the Parliament. What should we do? We build new houses, we decrease the short-term leasing, we stop the golden visa scheme, we build more, we open the so-called closed apartments, and of course we need mature urban plans if we are to decrease also the cost for buying property. Also, support of industrial production and all the export-oriented companies, and also replacing imports with sophisticated domestic manufacturing and production plants. For instance, thematic parks, industrial parks, agricultural, food processing and manufacturing hubs, waste management. Especially for productive investments, we propose 3 policies. We will need increased amortization of investments if related with R&D. Bold fiscal incentives to create clusters, investment clusters, if they cause no distortion to the free market. And securing financial incentives for the establishment of processing and manufacturing establishments within agricultural and business parks. Also, we need investments in tourism that will have a catalytic role to play in the creation of productive models, aiming mainly at prolonging the touristic offering so that there will be no more pressure on our country, especially during summertime, which makes extremely difficult the life of permanent residents in many, many islands of our country.
Moral taxation. The government of Nea Demokratia has proceeded with reliefs, but we does not operate towards the right direction. They have favorable tax reliefs for citizens abroad and tax exemptions. That means that a lot of these taxation evaded and did not stay in the country to support other investments. At the same time, revenues from indirect taxes paid by the people have skyrocketed. That helps government because it has revenues, but those who pay are not satisfied. Tax burdens for families with children. Even though we have a demographic problem, the tax burden for families with children is huge or bigger than the EU average. Tax is paid even by those people with low wages. We don't have the necessary adjustments to support families with low incomes. Before I rest my case, I would like to say that our vision as PASOK is to make our country magnet for well-paid jobs. We want to have brain regain and invite also other people to come in and work here with respectable wages. We need to make sure that productive work assures life in dignity. For the above, we need a different financial policy from the one implemented. We need to have a vision and a project that will inspire citizens, because quality democracy is based on sustainable economy that assures that the benefits of development are allocated equally to all citizens. This is not the case with the governance of Mr. Mitsotakis. During this government, we have rich people becoming richer and poor people poorer. We had monopolies and oligopolies prevailing. The weaker citizens became even more weaker. The government did not make reforms, but certain adjustments. For all these reasons, in these elections, they had a specific result as a government. But the Prime Minister should explain to the citizens why didn't it have the power to change the cartels, oligopolies, and all those institutions that do not allow Greece to open its wings and flourish in a global environment. Thank you very much.
For coming and talking to us today. I would actually love to be able to put some questions to you, but I understand your schedule and indeed ours probably doesn't allow that now, but next time. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can now eat. You can now go for your lunch. Food is being served. And we will see you tonight for cocktails and for dinner. And to listen to the leader of Syriza, the main opposition party, Mr. Kasselakis.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Από τα εργαστήρια των φαρμακείων δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως πρωτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. «1971» και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή, την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels, and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonisation, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
Hi, we are the Wilfried Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Watson X assistants. AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can use AI assistants to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
Υπάρχουν πολλές δυνάμεις που κινούν τον κόσμο. Γι' αυτό και στην Ideal Holdings έχουμε δημιουργήσει με κριτήρια βιωσιμότητας ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο με διαφορετικές επιχειρήσεις, που όλες όμως έχουν ένα κοινό. Το δύναμη με τα πολυκαταστήματα Άτικα, τον απόλυτο shopping προορισμό με την Byte, μία από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες πληροφορικής στην Ελλάδα. Με την Αστήρ Βιτόγιαννης, πολυεθνική δύναμη στην κατασκευή μεταλλικών κομμάτων και την Άντακομ, με δυναμική παρουσία στον χώρο της κυβερνοασφάλειας και των ψηφιακών υπογραφών. Ideal Holdings, ελληνική εταιρεία συμμετοχών.
wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Where it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family. And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Γιατί να πληρώνετε full τιμή για όλα τα μέλη της οικογένειας όταν προσθέτοντας ένα νέο μέλος στο δικό σας πρόγραμμα μειώνετε το κόστος? Φέρτε ένα ή περισσότερα μέλη της οικογένειάς σας και δείτε τις τιμές να πέφτουν. Nova Family προγράμματα. Πρόσθεσε νέα γραμμή με καλύτερη τιμή. Nova. Ψάχνεις για αξιόπιστη λύση ίντερνετ για το σπίτι σου? Καλώς ήρθες στο Nova 5G Home Internet. Σούπερ γρήγορο και σούπερ αξιόπιστο ίντερνετ με σούπερ απλή ενεργοποίηση. Απλά σύνδεσέ το στην πρίζα και ξεκίνα να μιλάς και να σερφάρεις όσο θες. Έλα τώρα και εσύ στο 5G Home Internet μόνο από 26 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο με την Nova.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌能让我们提升
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
elevate the power of your work.
Από τα εργαστήρια των φαρμακείων δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως προτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση, ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. 1971 και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή. Την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Ενβίπκο, συγχαρητήρια στην Τεξάν για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels, and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.